Hi, Papaya. How are y'all doing? Hi, Possum. I was told to talk to you like 14 minutes ago, and you and totally isn't playing with Balantra right now. You totally aren't watching her play with Balantra right now on Discord. Totally not doing that right now. Totally not. You're totally not doing that. But hi, how are y'all doing? How are you doing, Possum? Oh, that's not the right outfit. How are you doing, Possum? Hope you're doing well. Vibe, we be existing. It's Sapphic Sunday, and you know what that means? It means it's time for some more Yuri. It's time to be gay. It's time to be also CG gallery. Look at all these pretty CGs. Also, I'm dumb. It's the same. It's the same. It's the same queen. It's the same queen. It just the lighting. The lines made her hair look pink. It's not fully pink. I'm just dumb. I'm just dumb. Whoopsies. Oh yeah, look at these cute little CGs. Look at them. Look at the babies. The cute baby. Boop. But yeah, it is the women. It is the Sapphic Sunday. Last time we investigated, we got home from the beach, and then the following day we investigate. Elizabeth went missing, and we went to investigate, trying to find where she was in the forest. We found her, kind of. We didn't find her actually. We found Jane, plain Jane, just chilling in a tree. And it turns out that Jane was in fact the fairy queen Titania, and she is kidnapped by my girlfriend to use as a battery for the forest because the forest is dying, toil and trouble. Can't believe it. Can't believe it. Well, welcome back. We're playing. It's time. We're gonna... I think we're probably finishing... Maybe today... I don't know how much is left in the game. But I feel like we're probably gonna finish real soon. If anything. It feels like we're really close to finishing the game. Also, this is the after thoughts. So, let's just get into Saber 19, Toil and Trouble. Hopefully, Marnie can find her girlfriend, Elizabeth. Leaf is somewhere else. Leaf is dead. Leaf is my great grandmother. Yes, it is time. It is time for me to do a very offensive accent that Tomo would be really sad to hear. I turned at Edmund's behest and dashed down through the forest. The garden is festooned with roots, and I'm afraid one wrong move will send me flying. I can't afford to let that happen, though. Not now. I have to press on. I might be the only person who can rescue Elizabeth, wherever she might be. If I can't awaken her and return her to her senses, then it seems unlikely Esmond will ever be able to leave this forest. It would devour us, just like it did Elizabeth in my dreams last night. What will Granny say if I go missing? What about my parents? My only friends? There's a decent chance, I guess, that Titania will erase me from their memories and to Elizabeth, but that's not much of a consolation. I'm sure they'd know something was missing in my absence, even if they were unable to recall what said something was. I don't want to think I'm wholly expendable. Does anybody? Elizabeth certainly is precious to me. Nobody can ever replace her, and I wouldn't want them to. That's why I need to find her again. I need to tell her how much I care about her. In hot pursuit, run for your life! My breath falls to my mouth in a series of short, sharp pants as I run. My whole body is tingling with adrenaline from the crown of my head to the ends of my toes. It's hard to breathe. But I press on despite that. I've always been terrible at PE, but I'm willing to push myself if it's for Elizabeth's sake. I wouldn't run like this for anybody's sake except hers. I hope she appreciates it. I'll find her wherever she might be, and I'll tell her how worried I've been about her, and I'll make her appreciate my hard work, damn it. I'm determined to find Elizabeth, but where is she? I have no real idea. But if I were to hazard a guess, I'd figure she'd be resting in the same glade she was when I first stumbled upon her. Tanya said Elizabeth was the heart of the woods. Heart of these woods. At its heart, it makes sense that Tanya would want to protect her, isolating her from the rest of the sprawling, decaying forest. It's as good a theory as any. And right now, it's the only theory I've got. I just hope I'm right. The forest has changed a lot since my excursion through it among it 2 years ago. But I think I remember where I found Elizabeth. It was a pretty pivotal moment in my life at all. Back then, I was being pursued through the woods by Edmund, who meant to run me through with his blade. Now I'm running into Tanya and the fairy cronies, wherever they might be, while Edmund is busy buying me time. It's funny how things have changed. Funny, sort of haha. Ha! Ha! This forest was suddenly changed. The fog is dense now. It's hard to peer through it. It feels like I'm swimming in it. It clogs my lungs, so I cough, but I don't slow down, despite my hacking. I'm getting close now. I can feel it in my bones. The hollowed out tree trunk I crawled through during my wild escape from Edmund should be somewhere around here. I'm almost in my destination, but... Oh, you've got to be kidding me. I hear them back before I see them. A cacophony of grating, discordant clanging which emerges like a warning from the fog. They're back. Warriors shamble towards me in unsteady legs, clutching weapons in their hands, but they're not chivalrous knights like Elizabeth or Edmund. These warriors are blank, staring sockets. Have blank, staring sockets where their eyes should be, and the flesh is just stripped back from their skulls to reveal the bone beneath. Their teeth, which are in display, without an upper or lower lip to obscure them, are pulled in macabre smiles. They might be alive in the sense that they are moving, but their motions are stiff and awkward. I don't think they're being animated via their own free will. I don't think they have wills at all. It's clear to look at them that they must have died a long time ago. Well, shite. This is all I need. Can't you guys, like, go and pick on somebody else? I'm a little busy right now. This isn't a good time. I call out to the skeleton warriors, but they don't cease their movements. They don't seem to be listening. Not that I am particularly surprised. I don't know if they're capable of listening on account of their teeny tiny factoid that they don't have ears. They cause some problems, or so I reckon, when it comes to the whole having a conversation thing. There's no way I can reason with these guys. They can't understand me. I swallow, and when I do, I choke. I can taste the fog in my tongue. thicker and more oppressive than ever before. It reeks of death and deterioration. The odor is so unpleasant, my eyes begin to water. The skeletal warrior, meanwhile, continues to approach me, all grinning without humor, staring without seeing. I can't say for sure, but I bet they're being controlled by Titania. The Fairy Queen must have sent them to deal with me. What she does with Edmund. That fucking bastard. I think it's overkill myself sending them 10, 15, 20 Christ on a bike. How many of these things are there? After a single skinny teenage girl like me, but that might be a good thing. I don't think Titania'd bother trying to stimmy me if she wasn't getting anxious. My other supposition must be right. I must be getting close to Elizabeth's hiding place. The skeletal warriors bear upon me in their droves, their weapons raised. It's pretty freaking scary being singled out by a bunch of murderous skeletons, but this isn't my first time. I'm a dab hand at this, as a matter of fact. Of course, the last time this happened, I was with Elizabeth. She fought all these skeleton warriors off one against 10, while I cowered behind her. Elizabeth isn't with me right now, though, and I reckon they're way more spooky, scary skeletons on my heel this time. The forest is particularly thronging with them. I don't think I could take down one of these warriors, let alone their whole contingent? Regiment. Squadron? What's the right way to describe an army of corpses? I have no idea. Well, whatever it is, it's not like super important. I can't fight, so I'll have to run instead. I need to find Elizabeth. She's the #1 priority. I straighten my back, with my palms against my cheek, in an attempt to psych myself up. That weird ritual people do in the mornings. Ritual humans do in the morning. It always seems to give them motivation, energy to do whatever they are. Like that one guy who stood outside the building, tapped his cheeks and walked in. Then, I make a break for it. I dash through the forest, past the lumbering army of skeletal warriors. They try to pursue me, but the strain of being dead must be pretty substantial. Strength by numbers is pretty valid strat, but it only works when said numbers have at least a baseline of competency. It's all over for me, of course. It'll be all over for me, of course, if one of these warriors catch up with me, but there's a way to get around that. I just got to ensure they never catch up with me. I need to find Elizabeth first. Easy peasy. My heart is hammering in my head as I whip my head. My heart is hammering in my chest as I whip my head, but searching for the hollow-out tree that led to the inner sanctum of this rolling forest. Surely must be around here somewhere. It has to be. Wait, check something. Check something real quick. Checking. Okay. So checking my phone real quick or something. Oh yeah, pretty CG. It's Marnie. Running for her life. Surely must be around here somewhere. It has to be. Where is it? Where? Fucking bastard. Out of the skeleton warrior emerges from the fog, perilously close to me, and I stagger back, squealing. Eek! Ah! It wasn't the coolest sound I've made, but now's not the time to worry about petty matters. I staggered away from the nearly appeared contingent of warriors, narrowly avoiding a glancing axe blow from a fellow who was missing his left arm, and resumed my search. Bye! My stomach's all twisted up in knots, and I'm anxious about I have to hurl, but that's not another thing I don't have time for. Vomiting is luxury. I can't afford right now. Okay, sorry. I got an email, but it's not for me. It's for someone else. Sorry. It's kind of funny, I guess, in a morbid sort of way. But no, on second thought, it isn't. Nothing about this stinking situation. It's funny. Not when I'm at risk of being cleaved in half. Cleaved in two. I lurch away on unsteady legs. Almost as awkward as my pursuers. My breath forces its way from my mouth in sharp bursts, and my lungs are on fire. Why does everything hurt so much? I'm almost starting to lose hope when... Oh. At long last. I see it. Or at least I see what I think it might be. It's looming over the folk right in front of me. A hutched, withered husk of a tree, which might once have been stately. The tree doesn't look so very dissimilar from others around surrounded, but there's one crucial appearance which sets it apart from all the others. Its trunk is hollow. There's a gap in this tree large enough for a person to squeeze through. You'd have to be a small person, granted, but I've always been on the skinny side. I've often cursed my critical lack of height, but now my fun-sized body is starting to feel like a real boon. I can't read English words. Well, sorry, why am I pinged? I see. It's unlikely Edmund would be able to fit himself through here, but I think I can. It'd be a tight squeeze, but... Oh, what the heck? I don't have the time to stand around here contemplating. The skeleton warriors are gaining on me, and there really are a lot of them. I might be a goth, but I don't have death wish. I stoop down, my knees and palms pressing against the dirt, and begin to scroll. I enter the hole in the hollowed out tree trunk, more purposefully than Alice did when she fell into the Wonderland, and everything goes black. The scent of rot is even more pronounced around inside the hollowed out tree trunk than it was outside. It's so dark inside here. I can't see a thing. Not even a measly foot in front of my face. The darkness in here is a sort that's complete enough to be all-consuming. It feels almost like I'm crawling through the black gaping vacuum of space itself into non-existence. My breathing doesn't come all that easily. Whatever reason, maybe it's from fear and anxiety, or cramped claustrophobia. But I'm able to get enough oxygen to my lungs to keep my body more or less taking over. I force myself to keep going, but it's hard. I feel exhausted. I'm really not cutting out for exercise. I think I Must be. I think I must be, like, one of the least likely people across all the UK to be nominated for the Olympics. I'd never be able to do my country proud. Ah. I need to try and calm down. I'm out of harm's way. For now, at least. And I should, with some luck, be inching closer to Elizabeth's hiding hole with every passing second. I hope I've not voted the wrong time. When Elizabeth isn't waiting for me after all this, I'm not sure what I'll do. My fingers curl against the dirt door, the dirt floor. I can't see myself, but I bet my palms, my knees, and my chest are all stained with dirt. I see myself, but I bet my palms, my knees, and my chest are all stained up with dirt. My hair's tangled mess. My head hurts. I must look like a total wreck. I feel like a wreck. Where'd the rings go? So, where'd the rings go? I put them down somewhere earlier. Oh, wait, they're on Miho. Never mind, we're good. It's a good thing, I guess, that there's nobody around to see my shame. But it is such a good thing, really. I'm sick of being on my own. I want to see Elizabeth. I want to see her so much it hurts. I run this mantra through my head over and over, like a Buddhist chant during my underground adventures. I keep on going, head bowed, chin almost pressed against the unforgiving dark floor until... Oh, thank God. I can see. Light up ahead. The end of the tunnel is nigh. I'm almost there. The walls around me start to narrow, and briefly, I worry that they'll get stuck, unable to enter, unable to go forwards or backwards. Panic flashes through me for a few seconds, red hot, like branding iron, but with a bit of wiggling, I'm finally able to extricate myself from my sticky situation. I have my body forwards, using no small amount of strength, then scurry forwards. The walls above me, once so narrow, need to give way and crawl now, my hands and knees, and then, a brief while later, I could stand. Distracted, sorry about that. Give me a second, I gotta go be right back and do something real quick. Law? I'm back. Okay. Doop, doop. I'm finally free from that hole, which wasn't, I fear, made for me after all. I straighten up, gulping down air like it's going out of fashion, and glance about. It takes my eyes a while to adjust to the milky moonlight. But when they finally do, I gasp. I recognize this place. This is the glade where I first met Lisbeth back when she and I still thought she was called Leaf. Back then, I found her lying beneath the shade of a tall, majestic tree, the curve of her spine pressed flush against the bark. Her eyelids were closed, her long eyelashes matted together. In her hands, she held a sheathed sword, which now I know belonged to the real Leaf, Edmund's little sister. The clearing then was a light, spacious place, a lush circle of trees, verdant grass upon which the sun shone. It looked like some kind of glade where a weary traveller could sit, meaning to relax, only for the blissful quiet to pull them into a deep, unending slumber. They sit on a log, maybe encounter some dark grey fox. Feed them treats that. Give them nice little treats to eat. Befriend the fox. Perchance. You never know. Things that happen. That could happen to you. The clearing I find myself in now, however, after my lengthy crawl through the earth's bowels, is anything but. The trees that surrounding me are all withered, their bases festooned with eerie, anemic mushrooms. The grass which sprouts up about me, is turning brown as it tips as though it's gone for months without any water. The clearing is dense too, with fog, just like the rest of the forest was. The fog creeps among the ground, obscuring much of the grass and the eerie, ghostly mushrooms which protrude from. The fog snakes about my ankles and my thighs, sticking to my shorts. Sticking to my shorts, to my skin, with conversation. I shudder and wind my arms around my middle. I hope this will offer some relief, at least, from the cold. And if I'm being honest, I could do with a hug right now. Oops. There's been once I felt this on edge. There's something very, very wrong with this clearing. This thing wrong with this whole freaking forest. I don't want to spend another second here if I can help it. But I need to find Lisbeth. It doesn't matter, fortunately. It does, unfortunately, take me very long to locate her. Because she is... Lizzie! Lisbeth is lying beneath one of the trees, not so far from me. It might be the same tree, in fact, that I found her sleeping under 2 years ago, when my string of magical adventures began. She isn't wearing her green garb now, however. She's dressed instead, in the clothes she must have changed into last night, while spitting silently from my bedroom. Her eyes are closed, lashes are pressed shut, her lips are pursed, her head is hanging. It's clear from a glance she's fast asleep, completely dead to the world. Oops, sorry. I keep fucking zoning the fuck out.
I was just thinking that you look like the
Keep
sort of person
awesome.
who would enjoy one of
I
our
keep dying,
fairy
sorry.
kiss chillers.
I'm just dying in the background, you know. Casually dying in the background, don't mind me. Please don't die, I'm trying not to. Her lips closed, last pressed shut, her lips are pursed after her head is hanging. It's clear from a glance she's fast asleep, completely dead to the world. That was me. I want that. Can that be me, please? Thank you very much. Thank you. Elizabeth doesn't stir when I approach her, trampling down the dying grass beneath the soles of my boots. I sink down to my knees in front of Elizabeth and stare imploringly into her face. She's so still, she doesn't seem to be breathing. I can't detect any emotion all from her. I can't detect any emotion all from her chest, nor any indication that she is inhaling oxygen. Her lips are pursed, but that offers me little reassurance. Kiss, 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 kiss. Her skin is so smooth and creamy, particularly in the moonlight, that she looks more like a doll than a human. Lifelike perhaps, and life-sized, but 100% inorganic. Lizzie. I reach forth, my arm trembling, my whole body tense, to press upon to Elizabeth's cheek. I'm afraid before my fingers make contact with her skin, that I'll find it hard and unyielding, colder even than porcelain. To my immense relief, however, Lizzie feels like she always does. Her cheeks depresses slightly beneath my splayed fingers, unable to detect some vestiges of residual warmth. She's at the door. Ow. Hi, Zoe. Thanks for the gay. She's at the door, and I don't think she's dead either. She's just asleep. She was sleeping deeply when I first met her, too. Steeped so deeply under her own enchantment, I mistook her, at first blush, for a mannequin. I'd no idea during that encounter how much the sleeping girl sitting beneath the tree would one day mean to me. The sight of her sleeping didn't bother me back then, but it's disturbing now. She looks so still, I can't stand it. I just want her to open her eyes. Kiss, 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 kiss. Lizzie! Hey, Lizzie! I call Elizabeth's name, my fingers curling back her shoulders. But it's no avail. Elizabeth doesn't react. Maybe she can't wake up. Has Tanya placed her under some sort of spell? I'm worried. If I can't find some way to snap her out of it, Elizabeth might really be stuck here in this forest for all eternity. Not dead, but not quite alive either. Is she dreaming of me? I wonder if she's missed me. If she misses me too. That looks really funny. Lizzie! Hey, Lizzie! I shake Elizabeth even harder, but that doesn't work. I'm starting to worry that nothing I can do at this point will be able to rouse her. Back when I first met Mrs. I was able to wake her, albeit unwittingly, with the power of the pendant Gran gave me. The pendant is dormant now, though. I'm still wearing it, looped around my neck, with a smooth stone donut pressed to my chest remains insensible, just as much as Elizabeth herself. If I want to wake Elizabeth, I've got to do it on my own without any external help. Elizabeth's fate rests squarely on my shoulders. If I can't wake her, to be doomed, as will Edmund and I. Boy, that shares a lot of responsibility to hoist upon one teenage goth. I might be an adult now, sure, but I've only been 18 for like a couple of weeks. Can't the world cut me back some slack? I'm trying as best I can. Want to throw me a bone? I grit my teeth together, then inhale through my nostrils in an attempt to force myself into a state of calm. It's much too soon to lose my nerve. But when I finally reunited with Elizabeth, there must be something I can do to help her. I'm supposed to be her girlfriend. I've racked my brain, trying to come up with a plan. Situations like this always happen in fairy tales, don't they? I remember the Disney films I used to watch as a kid, Snow White, Sleeping Beauty in particular. These stories featured fair, beautiful maidens who were put to sleep by power of magic. But right now, Elizabeth looks for every inch of the fairy tale princess slumbering soundly in the eerie glade, and if Disney's taught me anything, they should be a surefire way to wake her. Just a bit of a long shot, but it's better than nothing. I lean in, covering Elizabeth's pale cheek with my right hand, and murmur, "Please, Lizzie, open your eyes. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with you missing. I miss you. And I really do love you." Love's true kiss break a powerful enchantment. Then I bridge the distance between us. Gingerly, my mouth finds Elizabeth's. This is hardly the first time I've kissed her. We changed similar tokens of affection dozens, no, probably hundreds of times during the last couple of years. I'm no stranger to displays of affection like this, though it's usually that I would be the one to instigate it. Elizabeth usually is the one who embraces me, then presses me close for kisses. I accept her kisses because of course I do. I love Elizabeth after all. But I have a tendency of getting shy about it. I've never been the best at taking the initiative. Elizabeth's much more confident than I am. This is new for me. but I'm too worried to feel any particular anxiety over this whole reveal. Hi, can we thank you for the 3 Oh no, I've already lost the streak. I've already lost the streak when I leave the company last week. Oh no, this is new for me. But I'm too worried to feel any particular anxiety over this role reversal. Elizabeth's safety is far more concerning than my own hes hes hesitance. See, when it comes to public displays of affection. Not that this is all that public, I guess. Hi, Kikimi. Welcome to Sapphic Sunday. Hope you're doing well. Sure, we're out in the forest, surrounded by trees, but there's nobody here to watch us. There's nobody to see how flushed my face must be. And how badly my shoulders are trembling. Please, I pray, while I press my lips to Lisbeth's. Let this be enough. If it's love's true, if it's love's true kiss she's after, surely she must fit the bill. Surely mine should fit the bill I love. Fit the bill. I love Lizzie more than I can express. She's my whole world and I don't want to lose her. I shadow all my thoughts upon Lisbeth as I kiss her and then... Oh! I draw back, gasping. My pendant? What the fuck? My pendant, which was once cool and unresponsive, is beginning to glow. Pendant seems to beat against my chest, like a second tiny heartbeat, and then... Marnie? Slowly, Lisa's eyes flicker open. Her brown eyes meet mine, and when they do, really stronger than the surge tidal wave. Really stronger than the surge of a tidal wave. Courses through me. It took me some doing, but she's finally awake. Oh. Slowly, Elizabeth's eyes flicker open. Her brown eyes seem to mine when they do, a leaf stronger than the wages I read that right. It took me some doing, but she's finally awake. I was able to arouse her as long-lasting method. I was able to arouse her at long last, using a method that so tried and true it's basically become a cliche. Shaking Elizabeth wasn't enough to get the job done. But that kiss really does seem to have done the trick. She's awake now, though not quite alert, perhaps given how groggy she looks. I think I should go off her to shake off. Whoa. Hand? Calm down. Slow down. I think it'd be a while if I had to shake off the lingering after effects of Chinese magic, but at least she recognizes me. This is shaking out even better than I hoped it would. I mightn't be any good with the soul myself, but maybe I'm not so very hopeless as a knight after all. Oh, Lizzie, I'm glad I was so worried about you. I'm struggling to exist, sorry. I'm so glad you're awake. I ascend upon Elizabeth, my arms spread, meaning to pull up my body to mine. There's nothing I want more in this moment than to hug her, but Marnie! Wait! Watch out! Huh? I'm barely afforded the chance to get the sibilants out when my arms narrow. Elizabeth's pushing me to one side. I hit the ground with a dull thud, which drives the oxygen out of me. Wincing from the pain of it, I sit upright, then turn to Elizabeth. I mean to cry at her something along the lines of, "What's the big deal?" But the words soon die in my throat. Oh, we're good. She's alive still. She's alive still. We're good. I thought she got injured. We're good. I can see now with my own eyes what exactly the big idea is. Whee! Elizabeth didn't push me aside out of awkwardness because she wasn't in the mood to get all intimate. Her predicament's way more dire than that. In fact, if it weren't for Elizabeth's quick thinking, my innards might probably be my outards. Is that a word? Ugh, it's not a question. Let's not question that. Alright, back now. I should count myself lucky, really, that a bonk on the head was all the damage I received. You foul monsters! Liz's faces down our pursuers. attired small her knight's garb. Standing before her, their eyeless sockets empty and staring, a retinue of skeleton warriors. They must have pushed their way through the dirt like daisies, because I can see the folk that fissures are running through the ground. I didn't see them rising behind me, nor did I hear them. I was way too preoccupied with Elizabeth. Elizabeth did see them, however, from over my shoulder, and it's a good thing she did too. She's only been awake for like a minute, but she's already jumping at my defense. I really do have the best girlfriend in the world, and the best knight. I'm about to come over all soony for her, really. Or maybe I just have a concussion. It's hard to tell. My thoughts feel too scrambled, but I have enough sense to scurry back, alarmed, as one of the warriors lurches forward. Oh no, you don't! Fortunately, Elizabeth swiftly sidesteps the intercept its blade. Elizabeth's sword clashes against the rusted steel of the warriors, sending shards flying, sparks flying. The skeleton stumbles back, jolted by the force of their colliding swords, which grants Elizabeth the opportunity to strike back. Hell yeah, we're using CGs, poggers. Probably. She darts forward, bringing her sword above her head in an arc, and lops the warrior's skull clean off the next bony column. The skeleton warrior collapses to the ground, felled. But there are more lurching liches waiting to take its place. Out of the warrior, this one's wielding an axe, swings at Elizabeth, but she avoids it nimbly. She jumps back. Her foot falls lighter than a cat's, readies her sword once more and strikes. She was the biggest single misstep, despite having only just woken up. Her movements are fluid, like water. She doesn't let up until soon the very last of the skeleton knights are vanquished. Elizabeth shifts her sword, and turns and extends her hand to me. I apologize for treating you so roughly, Marnie. I simply move it on instinct. I hadn't time to call to you. I was terrified. That skeleton would have decapitated you. Oh, it's alright, I forgive you. Elizabeth helps me to my feet. It says me when I almost toppled forward. All the adrenaline of the day's events has truly started to get to me. My legs feel so weak, it's a wonder they can still support me. I feel like a newborn, foul here, and god damn it, my heart won't stop pounding. I'm relieved at least, to see that Elizabeth is alright. That the pair of us are in one piece despite Tanya's best efforts feels like a worthy cause to celebrate, nothing else. Speaking of Titania. What is happening, Marnie? Have you any idea? Don't you? Elizabeth shakes her head. I'm unsure why, but my memories feel fuzzy, awfully hazy. It is almost as though my head is filled with fog. I remember I was lying in bed with you at night, trying to sleep. I think I did sleep at some point, but in my slumber, I heard a voice calling to me. The voice bade to me to go to the forest, It said that there, my sister was waiting for me. At least, I think that is what it said. I cannot recall much after that, however. Everything went black. Then, when I awoke, I was lying here in this clearing. It looks much like the clearing I slept in all those centuries, but it is much more somber. The trees are all twisted, and the darling blue flowers I recall have disappeared. Did something happen to me? This is not a continuation of my dream, is it? If it is a dream, it'd be a pretty darn convincing one, wouldn't it? Don't I feel real enough? Indeed, that is true. Lisbeth let her hands fall from me. I'm a little relieved, to tell the truth. As much as I liked Lisbeth's company, she was holding on to me way too hard. Then steps back, her expression ponderous. Then, this is reality. As far as I'm aware, yeah. Then what happened to me? How did I find myself in the forest? Do not tell me! Did I wander out here on my own, late at night, lured by that mysterious voice? It sure seems like that, yeah. But don't worry. It wasn't like your fault. You were being manipulated. Perhaps I was, but that seems like a poor excuse for my actions. I cannot believe that I would do something so foolhardy. Can't you know? I thought you were supposed to be a knight. Performing foolhardy deeds is meant to be your raison d'etre, isn't it? I have engaged in many dangerous antics before, I suppose, but this trumps them all. Particularly given all of Edmund's prior warnings. I ought to have been more alert, and I ought to have considered you. Did you rush into the forest to rescue me, Marnie? Oh, yeah, well... I smiled sheepishly, while running a hand through my hair. Of course I couldn't have left you. You know, out in the forest. I'd have felt awful. I'm aware of that. But oh, why did I not think of this sooner? I am supposed to be your knight, Marnie. I swear that I would do anything to protect you. Yet here I am, acting the fool, and rushing into peril on my own accord. I ought to have known that you would feel obligated to rescue me. If you had been hurt, I would never have been able to forgive myself. How could I have been so thoughtless? Hey, Lizzie. I reach out, then take one of Lisbeth's hands in my own. It looks pale in the moonlight and it's trembling, almost as badly as Gran's. This thing. I'm checking something real quick. Nothing important is happening just yet. We're good. I said just yet. Nothing's happening at all. Nothing important's happening right now. I am a sporadic phone checker. I'm a sporadic phone checker, but we're good. Anyways. What's this ping for? It's theory, never mind. Elizabeth must be shaken by all this. Not that I blame her. I had a pretty rough time of it myself, but at least I walked into the forest of my own volition, with Edmund by my side. Elizabeth, I'm starting to suspect, didn't really have a choice. I can't blame her for her fright, hasty though her actions might have been. Her flight. She wasn't in her right mind. I don't think you're thoughtless. It's actually the opposite. Do you truly believe so? Yes, I do. It's precisely because you are so thoughtful that you worry about me, as you do. I might have found myself in a bit of a pickle, but you were able to protect me. I'm totally fine, as you can see. There's no need to worry. Try to keep your chin up, okay? That is easy for you to say. But Marnie, what in the world have I done? You did what Tanya wanted you to do. I'm not sure if you had a say in the matter. Titania? Who was that? She's the Queen of the Fairies. She rules over the forest, or what's left of it, and she's been pretty pissy ever since you left. She has? But why? Did I do something to wrong this woman? Not consciously, but... I paused while running through all Titania's told me and hit my head. This is pretty complex stuff. How am I going to distill it? I guess I'll give Elizabeth the abridged version. An abridged account. I tried to tell Elizabeth as succinctly as I can everything that Titania told Edmund and me. I tell her about the slow decline of its dire need of magical energy and of Elizabeth's unwitting role in the forest's heart. You were, in essence, this big, super-powered battery. You're feeding the forest with life and all the fairies too. It wasn't until you've left that things began to fall apart, and they fell apart pretty spectacularly like that. So that is why it's clearing. That is why this clearing looks so drab and dead. That's right. Tara needs to entice you back to the forest. That's why she's assumed the shape of Lynette. She did all this to trap you. What? But that would mean that woman we saw in your grandmother's house was never truly my sister. I don't think she was, no. That was just a piece of tiny trickery. Right. I see. Then all this time, she's just playing me for a fool. I really did think that when I saw her, that she might have been my sister reborn. But I can see now I was being hopelessly optimistic. She used my feelings for my sister against me. All this time, she meant to manipulate me. She gave me false hope, only to dash it. I'm going to check. Oh, sorry, I'll check me again. Be right back. I need to dehydrate and check something. Be right back. Sorry about this. I'm back. Hello. Sorry for that. Checking some things, but we're good. Back to being gay. Hell yeah. Hello. She gave me false. She gave me false hope, only to dash it. How could she? Quite easily, probably. I mean, she's not a human, and fairies aren't exactly known to be sweet and self-sacrificing. In most of the fairy tales I know, the proper ones I mean, they're all inclined to be selfish. Selfish. Oh yes, I can see that now. I have never possessed much fondness towards fairies myself, but to use the death of my own sister against me like that, that I cannot condone. I appreciate this forest may be dying, but that gives this Titania woman no right towards my feelings. I should not let her get away with that. Me neither. We still need to find her, then give her a taste of her own medicine. I bet she thinks she'll be easy prey, but we'll show her. That monstrous ego of hers will be her undoing. Now we found one another. There's nothing we can't do. Oh, Marnie. I'm gay for you. I'm in lesbians. Elizabeth exhales some of her earlier rage, falling away, then rushes forward. Her arms wind about my waist. At long last, the pair of us embrace, hemmed in by these deceased trees and the creeping fog. This clearing is cold, but Elizabeth's embrace is warm and soft. If I could, I'd cling to her forever. But that, of course, is impossible. Mep. Edmund slapped there fighting Titania. We need to start making him a track. I draw away from Lisbeth and ruffle the top of her head with one hand. It's a repeat of the kind of overture Edmund made a few days back in the Blackbird's Perch. But I don't think Edmund. I'm a fair bit shorter than Elizabeth is. I have to stretch to reach the crown of Elizabeth's head, but I'd like to think the sincerity of my gesture becomes awkwardness. But a whole bunch of love into that. Shall we be off? Shall we be off then? Came into the woods with Edmund, and I bet he's still trying to fend Titania off. Knowing him, he could probably use a helping hand. Yes, indeed. Edmund are the best at fighting. I know that full well from past experience. I would not like it if he were to suffer on my behalf, not when he has done so much to aid us. I fear I may have been the best ally, but I am prepared to change that. Let us go forth, my lady. While I have never fought a fairy before, I have bested a dragon. After facing a very tumultuous foe, settling matters with Titania ought to be a trifling matter. I'm sure hoping they are. I am certain they will be. After all, I am with you. When we are together, there is nothing we cannot do. Elizabeth and I dashed through the forest, circumventing the tall, foreboding trees and the twisted roots which emerged from the scarred earth. Even more skeleton soldiers lurched through the swirling fog to face us, but Elizabeth makes short work of them. Yay! Lesbian with the sword. Sword lesbian's part. She doesn't even pause as she strikes him down, the blade of her sword glinting wickedly in the moonlight. It's been a long time since she last used a sword, but it looks like she still remembers how to use it. She's no slouch, a fact for which I am eternally grateful. There's no way I'd be able to fend these soldiers off my own. We run and we run and we run, and as we run, I keep looking for Edmund and Titania. Where could they be? I didn't think I'd strayed all that far from Edmund, but the forest is so dark that I've lost my bearings. I searched for an interminable amount of time until I long last. There he is! I see him, facing off against the Fairy Queen, looking rather worse for wear. He's bleeding from his arm. And that's it. Edmund's still standing on both feet, which is the relief and all his limbs are in the right place. But I can tell that he's flagging. His red tunic is torn multiple places. I see a single torn. And his shirt is damp with blood. The ominous flickering butterflies Titania summons continues to flirt about Edmund. They look pretty enough, like fairy lights, but I know how deadly they are. I don't much fancy facing them myself, but I hope I won't have to. That's what Elizabeth is for. Elizabeth doesn't look too scratched up, at least. Despite the onslaught of skeletal warriors, I don't think she sustained a single bruise during our dash through the forest. Upon seeing Edmund, she stares, her face full of concern that seems almost familiar. Oh, Edmund! Elizabeth! Elizabeth! Edmund turns, his attention momentarily broken by Elizabeth's loud exclamation. What? A human? How did you get here? Can you not tell? Can you not think of an answer for that question of your own, Fairy Queen? Your imagination must have atrophied, living in this forest for as many years as you have. You are not as powerful as you might believe, and you have no conception of the lengths the people will go to when threatened. You can understand us, nor our motivations. But how could you, when you are not a human? You are nothing but a monster! A monster? Am I? Titania bristles at this, her lips pursed. I take umbrage with that. I wish it only to exist peaceful within my forest. You are the monsters who would deny me and my people secure. Why could you not remain sleeping in the forest like a good little girl? Now, why don't you tell me how you were able to awaken? My enchantment ought to have been such that you would never awake, when you would open your eyes. Oh, it was a strong enchantment, I'll grant you that. But it wasn't strong enough to keep me bound hence. Not when I have a life of my own I would like to live beyond this forest. It's a shame, really, that your safe haven relies upon me to maintain its existence, but that is hardly my problem. I am not as very self-sacrificing that I would be willing to sacrifice myself for your sake. Not when, since time immemorable, you fairies have never deigned to treat us humans with respect. Why should I care for you when you do not care for us? Look what you've done to Edmund. You were in quite the poor way. Did you suffer all these wounds in my sake? Oh, please, do not flatter yourself. Then you have some kind of ulterior motive. I suppose you could call it that, yes. I'm doing this for my own satisfaction, as much as anything else. I fancied myself as a knight during my own era, but was bested by my little sister. It her prodigious skills at every turn. I would like to prove, for once, that I'm every bit of as capable as she was. I cannot, therefore, surrender now. My pride is on the line here. Oh, really? Fucking hell, Elizabeth. Smiling, Elizabeth dispatched a few of more butterflies. So, do you mean to say that you do not care for my well-being in the slightest? Well, here Edmund relents, his face turning pink. I would not say that I did not care. That would not be wholly accurate. I do not wish for you to think of me as some kind of hero, though. I hardly think I deserve that moniker. I was not the one who ventured forth to awaken you. That honor belongs to Marnie, and Marnie alone. Oh, please stop. Oh, stop, please. You're flattering me. Marnie, Tanya turned her attention to me, her blue eyes blazing. Ah, yes. I'd almost forgotten about you. I'd assumed you would perish in the forest, being the insignificant mortal that you are, but I suppose that the littlest, most insignificant of insects are often the hardest to eradicate. Was it you, then, who lifted the enchantment binding Elizabeth to the woods? That's right. I rescued her. Me, an insignificant mortal. But you didn't see that coming. Now I've freed Elizabeth, I'm going to go back to Fenchapel. Your little temper tantrum won't stop us. Might be a queen, but not my queen. My queen is dead! And lives in England. And is not dead. Not lives in England. And dies and died in England. My queen is dead. Oh. Now that was good. I'm pretty happy with that clapback, especially given the circumstance under which I thought I lit up in. But Tanya looks less than impressed. My. How very glib. Glib? What does that mean? Tanya doesn't elaborate. I'm guessing that wasn't a compliment. For a child formed from the dirt, you're awfully bold in your dress. I would have allowed your bravery if I did not suspect that it comes from a place of ignorance. You may think you have won, but my energy has not yet been expended. You may be no child of mine, but as long as you abide in my forest, you are subject to my rules. I will not let you go that easily, nor your little girlfriend. Now let us see if you can continue to act so carelessly once I have choked all the air out of you. This time, I will confirm your death with mine own eyes. That way nobody shall be able to rescue Elizabeth. Your journey ends now. What? Fissures run along the dried, desiccated earth, which soon shear apart and reveal thick, writhing vines. These vines shoot up through the air as though imbued with lives of their own, and wind about me. Marnie! Elizabeth, who was otherwise engaged in fending off Titania's butterflies, drew back and dashed to my side. Marnie, are you alright? I'd like to console Elizabeth, but... It's a little hard to do that while these vines are squeezing me so tight I
I
can't
was just thinking that you look like the sort of person who would enjoy one of our fairy kiss chillers.
And judge. One vine is intertwined about my stomach, while another is wrapped around my throat. The vines are pressing into me so tightly, I can feel that what little air I possess being squeezed from my lips. It hurts. Marnie! Lisbeth stretches her sword, but before she can drive forward, the ground beneath her rumbles again. Even more vines rupture upward from the earth this time, meaning to entrap Lisbeth. Lisbeth's reflexes fortunately are faster than mine, so I have to jump back, just in time to avoid their hungry embrace. See if you can best me now, little human knight. How can you rescue your princess when you can scarcely save yourself? You're utterly powerless. I am not powerless. Not before the likes of you. I will not let you best me. Perhaps not. You were stubborn enough to risk my enchantment once already. What of your precious partner? How much longer do you think she has left? Do you wish to bet on it? Perhaps we could make it a game. You would call torture of an innocent a game? But of course, what else would it be? I might not respect humans, but I do enjoy playing with them. It is something I have missed since I hid myself in these woods. It is simply a shame that, for all your attempts at resistance, you should not last very long. Compared to we fairies, you children of Earth are depressingly easy to break. I hate to say this, but I think Titania might have a point. I've not been able to inhale for almost a minute. My airways are completely blocked. No matter how I try to struggle, I can't get these stupid vans off me. They won't budge. If I get suffocated to death at this point, I'm afraid my head might pop off like a bootleg Barbie doll. I can't breathe. It feels like I'm drowning. Like I'm not underwater. It feels like I'm burning, but I'm not on fire. It feels like... I hardly even know how I feel. Map. Marnie! 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 Lisbeth dashes forth again, meaning to rescue me, but... A touching Titania clicks her fingers. At her behest, yet more vines that up from the earth. This is my forest, remember? It is governed under my rule. No rule but my own. If I wish to play, then that is what we will do. I will not have you interrupting. Titania's golden butterflies, which once were assailing Edmund, begin to swirl about Elizabeth. Elizabeth sidesteps them, then swings her blade, but it isn't enough to scatter them. There are yet more butterflies to contend with, and even more vines. I can feel my conscience fading. My extremities feel numb, and I can barely feel my arms. My eyelids droop, overwhelmed with fatigue. But even as I stand there, constricted on all sides by Titania's vines, I think not of my own impending death, but of Elizabeth. At the very least, I want her to escape. Hasn't she suffered enough already? Elizabeth already spent centuries trapped in this forest, fast asleep. I won't let her go back to being a prisoner. I want her to be happy. I won't. Enough! There! I hear, as though in a dream, a grunt of exertion, coupled with the sound of drawn steel, the crack, like a thunderbolt of a falling tree. My eyelids flicker open despite the heavy fatigue that settle upon me, and then I see it. Edmund dashes forth to strike, but Titania was occupied haranguing Lisbeth, but didn't attack Titania herself. Instead, he delivered a blow to the trunk of the mightiest tree in the forest. Aiden's blade glints, imbued with a mystical light, as it shears through the deceased tree trunk with surprising ease. Titania is caught off guard by this, screams in pain, as though she herself has been cut. Oh, you monster! You brute! You wicked, disgusting, deplorable human boy! Why, you ought to know your place! I won't make you learn your place! Titania, in her newfound fixation with Edmund, can no longer uphold the spell that was keeping me rooted in place. If I can just get these vines off me, I should be able to escape. Marnie! Lisbeth dashes forth. She uses Titania's distraction to her advantage, letting her blade to slice through the vines which bind me. The vines about my neck, waist, and thighs are soon cut clean, and, with nothing more than to anchor me, I fall. Ah! Yay! I don't, however, hit the ground. In her arms, we are rescued by a brave knight. I don't, however, hit the ground. Elizabeth is there to support me, her arms winding around me. I cling to Elizabeth, gulping down air desperately when she holds me to her chest. It would be all right, Marnie. Do not worry. I will not let that wicked creature harm you. Not again. I assure you, she will not go unpunished for her crimes. Thank you, Lizzie. How will you do that, though? How can you beat her in her own forest? I don't mean to sound defeatist here, but aren't we in a bit of a country, after all? She's the fairy queen. She is over everything. She can control the plants. I had noticed it, yes. But that, I think, is her downfall. I beg your pardon? The fairy queen made this forest with her own magic. In that sense, she is the forest, and it is her. Any damage to the forest sustains, any damage the forest sustains will be reflected, thusly, upon her. Edmund proved it as much when he cut that tree. Did you not hear how she screamed? Lisbeth draws away from me, then straightens, then gains, her eyes sweeping about the forest. I need not target Tanya. This will be over far more quickly if by target. Instead, the trees themselves. Assured now in her course of action, Lisbeth strikes. She readies her blade to slice through a cloud of Titania's butterflies and underlings, then make for the same tree Edmund struck, the one festooned in withered, blackened leaves. Titania is too busy trying to parry Edmund's blows. This isn't time to intercept Lisbeth. Though Titania can control the forest, reshaping it at the slightest whim. There's only one of her. Lisbeth and Edmund, meanwhile, are working in tandem. As a team, their forces divided yet united. Titania cannot pursue them at the same time. Edmund's swordplay, which he uses to deflect yet more vines, Titania sends his way, is enough to grant Elizabeth the time needed to hit upon the decayed oak tree. Her blade swings forth, cutting through the air, and then Titania cries in pain and staggers backwards. She presses one hand to her face, her fingers splayed between her fingers. However, I can see the beginnings of a deep red wound. Why, you? Titania might be bent double from pain, her face oozing blood, but she still has enough sense to try and fight back. She turns me to summon forth yet more of her familiars, but... So you mean to turn your back to me? Perhaps you think me a poor opponent, who is unworthy of your time, but your hubris shall be your undoing. I will not let you underestimate me. Edmund's sword swings in the air as he lunges forth, embedding its clay through Titania's breast. Titania howls in pain as the sword penetrates her. More blood drips from her mouth, in vicious strings, which shimmer in the moonlight. With matted hair, her expression frenzied, she faces Edmund, aghast. How could you treat me so abominably, child of dirt, in my own abode? I, in case you have not forgotten, am a queen! Oh no. I have not forgotten. How could I? And from an era which kings were commonplace, queens less so. They did not last very long, however. My time was one rife with discord, bloodshed, and ignorable usurpation. Rulers were torn from their thrones all the time. That was simple. It was simply how things were done during my day. I know it might not sound very scrupulous, but I fight to prevent tyranny, not to allow it to propagate further. Corrupt rulers must be brought to an end. That you are a queen matters little to me. It instead makes me wish to strike you down all the more. Why, you... Titania's expression twists in pain. You impotent worm! How dare you deign to pull me to your level? I am not a child of the dirt. I am far above you. I ought not to bleed, not as a lowly human. You will pay for this, I swear. Titania Hill's cursed at Edmund, but even she must know how futile resistance this is. Pinned in place as she is by Edmund's sword and racked with pain, Titania can't hope to Elizabeth with her machinations. Pulling the sword from the tree trunk in which it's embedded, Elizabeth swings once more. Ah! And plunges it once more into the trunk of the once pure, once proud oak tree. This time, Elizabeth's blow lands true. Her sword bites into the aged tree trunk so deeply, it begins to groan. It bounces, sways. Its deceased leaves rustling. And then... Ah! The tree falls. The loud crunch of splintering bark. The precious upper half of the tree wrenches itself from its base. The tree tumbles, and as it does, Titania's own body begins to disintegrate. Wait a second, I'm doing. She glowers at Elizabeth, her eyes wide with primal, animal fury. But her rage, though red hot, does not last. Her body begins to scatter. No more illusions. Put an end to everything. Her body begins to scatter, even before the trees hits the earth. Bits of her breaking up into butterflies, like sea foam. Titania vanishes, her blood curdling, death throes lingering upon her the air, and in her absence, the forest about just begins to collapse. The forest floor rumbles ominously under my feet. A crack of lightning splits the air. The fissure splits the soil in two. Oh! I gasp, alarmed, and take a stumbling step back. It looks like the forest is rotting away completely. I know that's supposed to be... I know that's supposed to be like unspoken rules of Yahtzee or whatever that governs the natural worlds to stop everything going in hell in handbasket, but whatever rules wants to find this forest have all failed. Titania's absence is going to bring the forest down too, about our heads. Oh dear, this could be quite bad. Only quite? I hate to question your judgment, but do you not think there's something of an understatement? Mayhaps it is, yes, but I do not wish to trouble Marnie. It's alright. I'm a big, strong girl. I think I can handle a bit of peril. The forest is screwed, isn't it? That is... Elizabeth's brow furrows. Not an inaccurate summary of our situation. No. It has been in the poor state for a long while. That much is quite apparent. That it has been able to maintain its form at all is owing to Titania and her magic. Without her, the forest is... fucked? Yes. Let us go with that. Elizabeth doesn't look perturbed about my choice of vocab, which has heard me say worse things, but I can hear Edmund mumbling something about improper conduct under his breath. How old-fashioned. We can discuss it at a later time, but first, I would suggest that we retreat. I do not know how much longer the forest will last for, but I fear it does not have very long left. I don't know about magic myself, but this was gloomy portents seems to be right on the money. If the forest just looked deceased before, it's downright blighted now. It kind of reminds me of that one scene from the Bible, which Aunt Joyce told me about way back when. About all the horrors which befell ancient Egypt. So much for a kind and benevolent God. Ah, yes. I know of that. I watched Prince of Egypt and Mo's ass parting the Red Sea like a weirdo. There's something at all kind, or benevolent about what's going on in this forest. The cracks of the trees sound like cries of pain. The forest is falling apart even as I stand here, watching. Now why am I standing here watching? Again. No, we're good. I need to run. Let's just go quickly. Let's go! Quickly! Can you run, Marnie? What are you, Edmund? Neither you're too badly injured, are you? I'll be fine. I've still got some fight in me. I concur. I must run, and so I will. That fairy queen would love to see this forest fall upon our heads, but I will not give her the satisfaction. Spoken like a true curmudgeon. Speaking like a true curmudgeon, heh. You and Leaf are both so stubborn. You really are alike. But then again, so am I. This might be the end of this forest, but it will not be the end for us. Let us go! I'm right behind you. God, give me strength. So saying, the three of us began our flight. We dashed through the forest, all three of us, breathless as it collapsed about us. The ground rumbles uneasily, underfoot all the while, fresh fissures splitting through to like broken pottery. I'm not used to running, and I've been pushing my poor body so hard that last half hour, I feel I might barf. My shins hurt, and so do my thighs, and my heart is hammering so hard. I'm afraid it might burst my chest, or else leap out my throat. Okay, I just noticed that. Sorry, it's off topic, but I just noticed that the tag, the proper tag for the pizza is actually fully peeling off because of how I washed it, and I'm sad. It's slowly coming off. I think it might, sadly, I might have to take the tag off of the land. I'm sad. I don't want to. It's so pretty. It's nice that I have the tag on there, but also it's so disheveled. It's dying of age. Pain. Poor Lillian. Poor Lillian's makeshift tag. My shins hurt and so do my thighs. My heart is hammering so hard I'm afraid I might burst my chest, or else leap out my throat. I don't let that stop me though. I keep on running. I don't know, I don't have any other option. I'm surprised I can even remain upright. What will with all the destruction that's draining down around me? Maybe I'd make a good athlete after all. Sure, I've got a stitch in my side and a vile taste in my mouth, but I'm not down for the count just yet. And that's all that matters. I can do this. I can... Careful, Marnie! My foot snags in a tree root and I almost fall, but Lisbeth is there to right me. She grabs hold of my wrist and holds me to my feet, hauling me along. If it weren't for her, my face would have met the ground like 0.05 seconds ago. Maybe I'm not cut out for running after all. Thank you, Lizzie. Don't mention it. Don't mention it. I know you would have done the same for me. Now, let us keep going. Right. She doesn't need to ask me twice. I've no desire to stick around. What about you, Edmund? Can you still run? I'm just fine, thank you. Do not pay me any mind. The three of us press on, our feet beating against the ground in disharmony of anxious, frenzied footfalls. If I don't keep pace with Lisbeth, I'll slow her down, and Edmund too, who is faster than me despite his wounds. It must be on account of his long legs. Tall people don't know how easy they have it. They're terrible. I don't have the time to grumble about all the injustices of the toll, though, not right now. I'll have all the time in the world to complain later. If only I can make it out. If only I can make it out of here alive. We could do this. We have to do this. I'm not going to drag her down and so... Oh. Gasping at the burst of sunlight filtering through, suddenly searing my retinas. The forest was bathed in eternal night. The sky is black as pitch, but now it's a clear azure blue. The trees that frame me are my every bit as green as veranda as you'd expect on a glorious summer morning. I can't hear the sounds of destruction any longer, but I can hear the faint chirping of birdsong from among the boughs of the trees. Are we, as the proverb goes, finally out of the woods. I come to a halt, heels of my boots skidding beneath me, and glance about. The twisted tangles of choppy, withered trees are gone, and some of the white mushrooms at their trunks. We'll save. Saving. It's hard to take it all in, but I think we must have escaped. We're finally free. Goodness! This is amazing. We escaped. We really did it. This is quite the relief, although... Lisbeth presses one hand to her mouth. Hems, then says with a flushed face. I know we would survive any matter of hardships thrown at us. There are no doubts in my mind over that. This does not at all come as a surprise in the slightest. Ah ha ha! Well, I'm glad you seem positively about today's experience at least. As for myself, however, I fear I was not so half as confident. My heart was pounding, fit to burst during that last escapade. It is a fortune, the thing that my legs do not give way beneath me. Join the club. I'm still feeling pretty weak at the knees. This isn't the first near-death experience I've had, but it's the most recent. I'll probably stay. Most recent. It'll probably stay with me for a while. I'd been more like quite floating in front of me. Lol. Also map. Well, I suppose no harm was truly done in the end. I'm glad to see that you both are right, young maidens, as a night I could not wish for a mere ferocious outcome. Fortuitous outcome. Oh yes! It occurs to me that I have yet to thank you properly, Edmund, for coming to my rescue. I cannot stress my gratitude more, but goodness. You have sustained a good many wounds on my behalf. Were it not for me, none of this would have happened. I must offer you my most sincerest apologies. Oh no, it is quite alright. I am not too badly injured. That is not the most convincing of arguments. You know, when you look so ragged. Do I really appear as bad as all that? Yes, you do. Lizzie has a point. You're pretty beaten up, with that one wound on your arm. It is a wonder you can still stand. Really? It is a wonder you can still stand, really. You mayn't be standing much longer, in fact, if you persist in this unperturbed act. You need to sit and rest your weary legs. Sit! 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 Goodness. Edmund sighs, perturbed, but despite his obnoxious misgivings, he still allows Elizabeth to lead him to a nearby tree stump. He sits groaning, then says, sullenly, "You are treating me as though I am an invalid." If I am treating you as such, it is because you look like one. Now stop grousing and let me take a look at you. There are limits to what I can do, but I would like to, at least, Look at your cuts. I owe you as much after you came to my aid in the forest several days prior. Oh yes, I recall that. Edmund smiles vaguely. Some of his vexation, that's a good word, it's very Edmund, evaporating. I let you ride on my back and escorted you through the trees. That was a small enough trifle for me, but I doubt you could perform a similar feat of strength. You're not nearly tall enough for a start. Yes, I am aware of that. Do you take me for a complete fool? I will not try to cure you and attempt to do so, however, well-meaning. Would end in disaster. I just want to examine you, as I said. I admit, it is somewhat emasculating. The fussed over by by a woman so much younger than myself. But if it would put you at ease, I suppose I can allow it. Just not be too enthusiastic in your attempts of nursing. I do not think I am, in fact, in any state to be prodded and poked too intensely. Yes, yes, worry not. I do not wish to worsen your condition. Elizabeth kneels beside Edmund, then peers intently at the cut which scores his upper arm. That looks rather deep. I suppose it is. It is not something I cannot recover from, though. You work too much, young maiden. I am made of stone stuff. It's still bleeding, though. This is no good. I cannot cleanse the wound whilst you remain in the woods. But I should try to staunch it at the very least. I have no handkerchief on hand, but perhaps... Elizabeth ponders for all the 5 seconds before the flash of inspiration, reaches for the ribbon which ties back her ponytail and unravels it. Ah! She's so pretty with her hair down and her fucking green tunic. Using the ribbon as a makeshift bandage, Elizabeth winds it tight about Edmund's upper arm and secures it with a knot. There! Elizabeth smiles proudly. That looks much better. That ugly cut is no longer visible. And it does not seem to be bleeding through the ribbon, either. What do you think, Marnie? What am I? Your glamorous assistant? If Elizabeth's the doctor of this scenario, I guess that'd make me the nurse. Not that I ever really wanted to get a job as healthcare sector. Those white dresses aren't really my thing. Wait a second. No, it's time to interrogate an 8-year-old. Says a very normal person in every RO game about an RO game. That and all the grousing, grouchy patience. Dealing with Edmund is about as much as I'm willing to handle. I think it looks fine, yeah. It should hold until we get back to Grand's at the very least. You've tied it pretty tightly. I fear he might have tied it too tightly. It was as though my arm would drop off. Oh, please. You are exaggerating. Your arm might be cut off. In any event, were the wound to be infected, you do not want to contract gangrene, do you? Not particularly, no. Then cease your complaining. You are supposed to be a grown man, not an infant. Some people are so ungrateful. And other people can be awfully pushy. I did not tell you that I was fine. Eden murmurs mutinously. Oh, there's something I think I skipped something. And other people would be awfully pushy. I did tell you that I was fine. Edmund murmurs mutinously. Elizabeth is too busy examining his other cuts and bruises. I didn't seem to hear him. Everything else looks alright, at least. Elizabeth gets to her feet, pushing a few loose strands of her hazelnut hair behind one ear, then ponders. We should return to Iris's home soon, so we can get you checked properly. But there was something that is bothering me. Oh yeah? What? It pertains to Edmund, and why he is still here. We know that Lynette... Elizabeth makes quotation marks with her fingers when she says the sister's name. Was not Lynette, but that wicked fairy Titania, taking her shape to confound me. Edmund's situation, however, is different. He was revived with all of his memories intact. But who was it who summoned him hence? It is evidence that Titania did not revive him, for she seemed to regard him as an obstacle. I cannot think of anybody else in the forest who would have the magic energy required to rescue him, though. It could not have been a simple spell which allowed him to return to us. That's a good point. How did you get here, Edmund? Well, now that is a conundrum. I've been pondering this myself ever since I woke a month prior. During this time I have hit upon a theory of sorts, though it may sound improbable. I can recall still a voice which spoke to me when I woke. It sounded familiar, so much so I was certain it must have been some connection with it. Now the person who summoned me, hence, might have been. Edwin begins, but before he's able to share his theory, the rest of the class. I can feel a familiar humming against my breastbone. My grandmother's amulet feels hot again in my chest. It tingles, then begins to elude golden light. Oh! Goodness me! What in the world? Elizabeth, Edmund, and I are all exclaim aloud, alarmed at the clearing begins to fill with flickering glowing orbs. Firefly-like orbs swirl about us, alighting upon the crown of Edmund's head, the tip of Elizabeth's nose, and the petals of the flowers strewn about the tall grass. I thought my grandmother's necklace had expended all its power, but I must have been mistaken. Though weakened, it must have been strength enough for one last enchantment. I turned around, my blue eyes sighed. My blue eyes wide, and soon come to face with. Why, hello there. It's a pleasure to meet you. I do not know if I would be afforded such a chance, so I'm most grateful for it. How do you all do? A stranger. She's standing beneath an oak tree, half obscured in shadow, but I can see the brilliant blue in her eyes.
I was just thinking that you look like the sort of person who would enjoy one of our fairy kiss chillers.
I ran out of water a bit ago. I ran out of water. Wow. Can you believe it? I've got myself some water. In my water bottle. In my water bottle. I've acquired some nice water. In my water bottle. I'm not gonna drink this water right now. In a stretch. Water. She stands beneath an oak tree, half obscured in a shadow, but I can see the brilliant blue in her eyes despite that. See how fair her hair is? Her blonde hair is like that of a fairy tale princess's, but she's not Rapunzel, rather than cascading down her shoulders, untamed, at her feet. The woman's hair is cut short. Like a plain green garb, much like Elizabeth's. The leather belt to cinch her waist, and matching boots about her feet. The curl in her lips, the tilt in her nose, and even the furrow of her brow are immediately familiar. She looks very like me. I might as well be examining myself in the mirror. Her clothes aren't anything like mine, however. She looks like she belongs to another century. But I suppose that's because she does. I know, even before she introduces herself, as instinctively as I know that the water is wet and fire is hot, and that this woman is also hot, and in fact, leave? Yes, indeed it is I. It really has been a while since we last spoke, has it not, Edmund? I would ask how you have been faring throughout these years, but that might be a bit superfluous question. I can see how you are doing with my own eyes. Though you have suffered several scrapes and bruises, you do not seem too worse for wear. I am very glad to see you. I feared you might sustain serious injuries while fighting the Fairy Queen. The skills of the sword have become in leaps and bounds, and I could not be prouder of you. Though of course you can't hope to be with me. Then again, few people are better than when it comes to wielding a sword. You've done very well for yourself, all things considered. You mightn't be quite so hopeless at one. You mightn't be quite so hopeless as once I thought. My god. Edmund stars at the leaf, rooted in the spot. More motionless even than the trees which surround us. I have my doubts, but only my little sister could speak to me in so condescending a matter. Indeed, you are right. I would recognize that voice anywhere. Faces might be easy to duplicate, but attitudes are not, and in every respect, you appear just like Leaf did. You must be her! I am indeed. Leaf takes hold of her tunic in both hands, at a bizarre angle also, by the way. Her head is kind of just, I'm hoping that came through the mic. Did the mic pick that up? Because I can't do it again if it didn't. Just casually do that with your neck. Leaf takes out her tunic in both hands and drops a curtsy, smiling mischievously as she does so. It is very good to see both you again. It seems they have made quite the dramatic entrance. Neither of you can take your eyes off me, though that is fine, I suppose. I've always loved being the center of attention. Am I not aware of that? You have never been one to shy away from making a spectacle of yourself. And you, meanwhile, have only ever wanted to live a quiet, peaceful life. It's a shame you are stuck with a younger sister like me, willful to a fault, with a penchant for dressing and speaking as a knight. If only you'd had a more conventional younger sister, I fear you wouldn't have endured half of so many headaches. I imagine it is as you say, yes. But I would not have loved this hypothetical little sister half as much as I love you. Then you wish it that I was better at behaving myself. Oh, all the time, frequently. I would curse your strange mannerisms so unlike other maidens of your age, but you're my little sister. You're my sister regardless, and I cherished your quirks nonetheless. Notwithstanding. In fact, were it not for your foibles, you would not be my dear sister that I love. You would not be my Leaf. I, too, would not have you any other way. I'm glad you are the way you are. If you are not, you never would have saved me from those bandits. Few other women would have had the gall, but you had always been special. Oh, Leaf has always been special. Especially irritating, mayhaps. Irritating or no, she is my little sister. However, and I adore her. Seeing you again after all these years, it feels like a miracle. I know not what to say, but Leaf, my dear sister. Thinking back, yet more tears, Edmund approaches his younger sister. His legs seem too light to support him, or maybe that's out of stamina after facing down Titania because he stumbles. For a few moments they worry that he might fall, but do not worry, my dear brother. Please, do not push yourself. Reunion, a couple separated siblings share a tender moment. Leaf steps forward to steady him, her hands twining about his. I'm here now, and I will not go anywhere. For the time being, that at least. There is much and more I wish to communicate with you, which I can only do while you remain conscious. It would not do you to pass out before I can have a chance to properly speak to you. Oh, yes, you raise a good point. Edmund's face flushes, sitting back in Blackbird's perch when Lisbeth and I intruded upon him during the early hours. It's funny, I think, as I look at Edmund now, old dazed and disoriented. I had no idea when I first met him that he was the type who got flustered so easily. Who would have thunk that? I must ask though, Leaf. How were you able to appear before me hence? I'm glad to see you, of course I am. Yet I thought you had died many centuries prior. That is true enough. I did die a long time ago. In relative comfort. Surrounded by my family. My life was a long, happy one. I have no regrets, save for a couple. Regrets? Leaf nods. I have regretted that I was not able to thank Lisbeth for all she did to aid me, after my death, defeat at the claws of that vengeful dragon. And I regret, too, that I was never able to see you again, my dear other brother. I wished many times throughout my life that we could reunite, so that I might be able to tell you of my good fortune, but alas. Never again did our paths cross. I was not able to find you. No, I do not suppose you could have. I was certain you had died, Leaf, when you faced that dragon. I was convinced at this fact that I vowed to remain within this forest so that I might search for your body. I was never able to find it, though. Simply because there was no body to find. I wandered deeply and deeper through the trees, and at some point I must have just crossed it from the boundary of our worlds so that which is governed by the Fae. They ensnared me thus, keeping me a prisoner. I was unable to escape, though I hardly noticed it. I was too besotted with thoughts of you. Many years went by, centuries in fact, and as the decades wore by, I began to lose sight of myself. I forgot who I was. I forgot everything except you. Yes, I did fear you had succumbed to some sorrowful fate or another. You have always seemed the sort, being so very serious. I fear being you're my older brother. You were marked out for suffering from the very beginning. I have always been hopelessly impetuous in indirect things. Indirect though I have caused you a lot of agony. Here, Leaf sighs, sighs, her fingers squeezing Edmund's. It was the strength of this regret which kept my soul tethered to earth, long after my death. I lingered in this forest, even more unsubstantial than a spider's web. I was so flimsy, the slightest gust of wind could scatter at me. I could not take a physical form, but part of me still remained. I was searching for you, weak though I was, so frail my consciousness would not disappear, or often disappear. I began to lose hope that I would ever see you again. But eventually, my wishes were rewarded. I found you. But it was too late. You had been run through by my own dearest friend, my dear Lizzie, and left to die.
Even though fucking wire is being annoying my iPhone right now.
I was unable to intervene, but I had hoped my presence would soothe you during your passing. 2 years passed, but still my soul lingered. I sensed discord stewing within these woods. I knew the Fairy Queen was plotting something. So, I sought to scupper her plans. Though weak spirits, more an idea than anything of substance, I was able to use my connection with you, the magic which lingered still from Lisbeth's pendant, to reach out to you. I called you from the abyss, where you had been resting, and restored life to you anew.
And the voice which called me out to me when I woke after along atop the lakeside. That was you?
Indeed, it was. Are you surprised?
I should be, but now that you mention it. The voice which called to me, it roused me from my slumber. Did sound very familiar. Think about it logically, I ought to have known that you were the one who called me. I ought to have been dead, but you awoke me in a way nobody else could. I have never, ever been able to ignore your requests for help.
And don't I know it? Leaf giggles. You've always been soft on me, dear brother. So much so you would even overcome your own demise to see me once more. There could be no brother more reliable across all the lands. I truly am lucky to have you.
And you! Without you, I would not have been standing right here now. Oh, Leaf. Thank you so much.
You needn't thank me, dear brother. It wasn't for your own sake that I revived you. I had selfish motivations of my own. I wished to see you once more. It was true, but my meddling was also a bid to halt Titania's scheming. In that sense, I used you. Are you not displeased with me?
How could I be? You know I have never been able to hold a grudge against you, though sometimes I think I would deserve to. I care about you too much.
Yes, I know. You're awfully considerate when it comes to me.
I hardly think I had much choice in the matter, nor that I wished to maintain my insanity. You would try the patience of a saint, Leaf.
Oh, it is true. I can be quite the nuisance. I know I placed quite the burden upon your shoulders when I revived you. I knew besting Titania would be no easy feat, but you perform it admirably. Wayward though you might once have been, you have done all in your power to redeem yourself. And I, as your sister, really cannot thank you enough. Now there's but one more favor I would ask of you.
One more?
Edwin frowns.
What is that?
You have severed your duty, but I don't want you to disappear. Then I vanished after I'm with Lizzie, but I don't want you to follow in her footsteps. There's so much this century for you to explore. and a man to fall in love, and many more adventures for you to embark on, like an emo man. An emo boy, you need to fall in love with that guy. I cannot help but think that while you were alive, you decided rather too much. You dedicated rather too much of your energy in protecting me. Your concern was appreciated. It was so intense. I fear you do not have a chance to truly live for yourself. Now you've been given a second chance. It would not do you to squander it. I think you deserve happiness, my dear brother. You ought to pursue it for your own sake, rather than mine. I want you to live for yourself. That would bring me joy, at the very least, even after I disappear.
You will disappear?
It is inevitable. My powers are weak. I can only manifest now because of the pendant my descendant over there wears. It was able to grant me a physical body after many centuries of floating, but the strain of speaking to you will soon be my undoing. Resurrecting you already placed a great burden upon me. It was through sheer stubbornness I was able to keep my spirit tethered to the earth. But even I have my limits. I might be hard-headed, but I am not immortal. Before I disappear, however, I wish only to tell you this. Leaf stuns on her tiptoes, then gently brushes a few strands of Edmund's blonde hair aside. Smiling, she leans in, presses her lips to his forehead in a gentle, caring kiss. Please live without me, dear brother, and do your best to be happy. You deserve it.
Leaf. Oh. Leaf.
Edmund's eyes, which were already damp with tears, begin to glisten.
All this time, I meant to protect you, but it seems you were the one watching over me. I've been an awful big brother to make you worry so. I've been such a fool.
You're perhaps not the brightest, no. But I forgive you. Is that not what family is for?
Yes, that's right. You're family. You're my family. I missed you so. Now, God, I did not expect that we would ever be reunited. How could you forgive me after all I've done? I do not even forgive myself.
That's easy. Didn't I tell you already? I forgive you because we are family.
Is it really that simple?
To me, it is. To you, it may not be. You have always been so very serious, but I think you have long since amended your earlier actions. I did not come here to castrate you. It was for the opposite, in fact. Now, dry your eyes. I want you to be happy.
Crack neck again.
Leaf lets her hand fall from Edmund's head, then turns to Elizabeth. Smiling, she says, her blue eyes soft and gentle, with the surface of a link. That, of course, holds true to you as well, Lizzie. My big brother is so very needy. I need to give him ample attention first, but Do you not think I have forgotten about you? How could I? When you mean so very much to me. You were, and so are, my dearest friend. Leaf! Oh, Leaf! I can scarce believe it. To think that you would appear before me after all these years. It really does feel like a dream. I'd rather agree. It feels like a dream to me too, though I assure you, this is unassailably true. I am here, and I am gratified to see you again. I trusted you have been well. I trusted you've been well. Oh yes, I have been very well, although it seems churlish to say such things when it has been so long since last we were together. I would not wish for you to think that I had missed you. I had not missed you. You meant a lot to me, Leaf. So much so, for that spell I thought that I was you. I know now that is not the case, but you remain with me still. I could never forget you. I am grateful. I am gratified to hear that, but please do not worry so on my behalf. I know that you care for me. I need to go. Sorry to interrupt this, but I need to go dehydrate real quick. I'm gonna run. I'm gonna run and do that. And here, look at Leaf and Elizabeth. Look at the gaze. Look at the gaze. The cute gaze. I return. You made the most of that apparent. You made a most that apparent to me all those centuries ago when we traveled together. I am in no doubt. I am in no doubt as doubt to you. I am in no doubt as to your continued feelings. You have always been a staunchy loyal companion, Lizzie. But I fear you might be too loyal to my memory. You needn't concern yourself with me overtly. While I appreciate you still think of me, I would not wish to become a burden upon you. I am not a figment of the past. I am but a figment of the past. I have already lived my life, and I live it to the fullest. My life was a happy one, but it has since come to a close. Yours, however, has not. You may remember me from time to time, if you so desire, but please do not be consumed by me. It would be an awful shame for you to cling to the past so, when finally you've been able to sever the last of its lingering ties. You are free. Do whatever it is you want. Go anywhere you want. I wish you, now, to live a normal life. And I wish for you to live it with Marnie. With me? Now that is a surprise. I feel talky out of stock sorts. Kind of like when a teacher calls you in class with about a question, only you've been spacing out for the last 10 minutes, looking out the window. Not that I ever done that in school, I swear. I didn't expect Leaf to call to me. Call on me. What interest could I possibly hold for her? They're so identical. I love how they have the same haircut. Basically, it's cute. That's adorable. I love that. They're so cute. They're so blood related coded. They're so sibling coded. Lol. We're related, yeah. Lol. It's true. But that's in a distant sense. There's a huge gulf of time that spans between us and hundreds of assorted family members. Leaf connection to Edmund and Elizabeth, meanwhile, is way more direct. Edmund is her brother. Elizabeth is her dear friend. These three are alive together once. We're alive once together, and they share the same history. The Inkling I know is drastically different from the one that they were born in. So much so that the 21st century and all its modern conveniences must seem like fantasy to them. There's no reason for Leaf to pay me any special attention. But she still is. I feel my face heating up under Leaf's expectant gaze. Shyly, I glance away. I don't think there's anything that great about me, really. You don't? Leaf giggles. At least she sounds amused by all this, as opposed to, I don't know, freaked out. At least she sounds amused by. Oh, you read that already. I'm kind of freaked out, to be honest. Coming face to face with one of my deceased ancestors like this. Seeing her in the flesh is incredibly jarring, especially since she looks so much like me. I think you're very special, Marnie. To have ensnared Lizzie's heart so thoroughly. She was so taken with me. I feared she would never be able to care for another, even if she lived for centuries. That she would have turned her head, and her heart speaks volumes, I think. You're quite the remarkable woman indeed. I suppose that should go without saying, though, given you are my descendant. My blood runs through your veins. You have no say in the matter, really, when it comes to being wonderful. But with my influence being so present, I don't know if there's all that much of an influence there. We must share only a teeny tiny percentage of DNA. DNA? Yeah, I should have figured. It took Elizabeth a while to wrap her head around the concept of deoxyribonucleus as deoxyribonucleic acid, also known as DNA, but spelled really longly and fucking scientifically. I still don't think she fully understands it. So how could Leaf? Never mind. Since Leaf's time in the world is limited, I don't have to waste it trying to explain complicated scientific factoids I don't fully understand. The point is, we're not all that similar. Even if we look like long lost twins. I wonder if magic's to blame for that, or whether it's a coincidence. You might be remarkable, but I don't know if I'd say the same thing about myself. I wouldn't want to come across as big-headed or anything. Leaf, however, seems impervious to my put-downs. She only laughs. I've noticed she does that a lot. Then says, well, you mightn't have been the best opinion of yourself, but I am certain Lizzie here would disagree. You like Marnie too, don't you? Oh yes, indeed. I do. I love her. She is my girlfriend, and there's nobody in the century more adorable than she is. There. You see? I believe that should prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that you are something special. She would not fawn over you half as much if you weren't. Do I fawn over Marnie? That sounds somewhat obsessive. Is being obsessive not part of your nature? I can still recall the way you swooned over all my antics. Judging by the way you went on, and one would have thought I was some manner of goddess. Oh goodness, I must have been awfully overbearing. You could be, yes, but I don't blame you for that. I am incredible, after all. Though I was glad you cared about me so much. I felt, I confess, a little guilty about it. I know that you loved me a good deal. More so, I think, than most friends do, even best ones. And I wish that I could return the sentiment. I did not like to see you languishing after me, trailing about in my wake like my own shadow. I feared you would like me so much, to such a degree, you would spend the rest of your life yearning for my affection. But I do care about you, Lizzie. I could not do so as completely as I know you wanted. I was not capable of it, I think. But Marnie can can reciprocate your feelings. You say that you love her? Yes, I love her. I love her more than I could describe. And what about you, dear maiden Marnie? You love Lizzie too, don't you? Yeah? It takes a while to reply, thanks to my embarrassment, but I'm eventually able to choke the words out. To my great, etc. grandmother about my big lesbian crush on her best friend is all kinds of weird. Wild, though.
I never thought a few years prior I'd ever find myself in this situation. It never even crossed my mind. Why would it? Back then I thought naively, I couldn't see now, that when people died, they remained dead. How innocent and unworldly I was. I do love Lizzie. I love her a lot, and I never want to be parted from her. Oh, Marnie! I feel the same way. How lovely. If that is how the pair of you feel, then I fail to see why you cannot continue to stay together. I hope you will love and support Lisbeth in the way I could not, Marnie, while I was alive. And I hope, too, that you will be happy together. You both have my blessing. As for myself, however, Leaf smiles vaguely. I think I have stayed my welcome in the century. It does not agree with me. Please go out and experience life to its fullest. That is all I can ask of you. Oh, Leaf! Desperate, I think, to keep Leaf anchored in our reality for a little longer, Lisbeth throws herself forward, then winds her arms about Lisbeth's waist in a tight embrace. Thank you, Leaf, for giving me your blessing, and thank you, too, for everything you have done for me. I might be in love with Marnie, but you will always be my dear friend. I will never forget you, no matter what. You are no longer my world, but you still mean the world to me. And I really will miss you. As will I. Edmund steps forth, spurring an action by Leaf's bittersweet words of farewell. His face twisted with ill-suppressed sorrow, Edmund winds his arms about his sister's back. He's clinging to her almost as intensely as Elizabeth is. You've always been important to me, Lily, despite our frequent arguments. No matter what happens, you will always be my precious, often annoying, little sister. Well, I appear to be rather popular. This is quite the funny turn of events, given how often you used it to scold me when we were younger, dear brother. But I always knew I was irresistible. How can anybody hate me? Leaf looks to me over the crown of Lisbeth's head, then says, would you care to give me a hug too, Marnie? I don't want you to feel left out. Oh no, I hang back, abashed. As much as I appreciate the offer, the thought of hugging Leaf is a little weird. Given how much she looks like me, I'd feel a bit like trying to hug my own mirror image. I wouldn't want to intrude. You say go right ahead. I'm fine watching. Leaf giggles. Well, that is a pity. This will be your only chance, you know, to give your great grandmother a hug. I think she might be missing a few greats there, but I don't point that out. I might spoil the moment. If you wish it to wrap your arms around me, I would not mind. I would welcome it, in fact. Though that might be a bit too much affection for even one to manage. Incredible though I am, I only have 2 arms. I can embrace Lizzie, thus, and I can console my silly older brother. But that is all I can presently capable of. Yeah, you look kind of occupied there. Don't mind me, Oh, don't be daft, of course I mean to mind you. You are my wonderful relative, though. Although, Leaf smile takes a rent. bent. I do not think you need my embraces. You're much too old for them, and I suppose we are, in effect, strangers. Having said that, however, I do feel a connection with you. I'm glad we were able to meet, brief though this encounter was. Please look after Lizzie and Edmund for me. As you can see, they are quite hopeless. They'll need all the help they can get. I'm sure, though, that if anybody can provide it, you can. Do you think so? Of course. I have faith in you. Well, it's nice to know somebody does. I often don't have all that much faith in myself, but thanks, I guess. I'll do my best for Lizzie, at least. I'm going to take good care of her. I thought you might, now that I know how fond you are of one another. I feel I could depart without any regrets. Thank you, Marnie. I could not have hoped for a better descendant. This body begins shimmering. I see it breaking apart before me, piece by piece, in glowing golden orbs. For a moment, it looks like she's been festooned by fireflies, and then... Goodbye, Edmund and Lizzie. I really do love you. Lee finally disappears, though that mightn't be quite the right words. Rather than vanishing, her body seems to disperse, scattering through the woods in glittering, glowing particles. In Leaf's absence, both Edmund and Elizabeth step back. They look about the forest, dazed. Elizabeth's face still dark with tears. She sniffles. Then, smiling through her sorrow, she lays her arm aloft and brushes a stray orb of light with the tips of her finger. Thank you, Leaf, for everything. I'm glad I was able to see you again, and I'm glad I was able to introduce you to Marnie. I know I used it to be a silly, helpless girl who couldn't do a thing by herself. But I've matured a lot since then. I've embarked upon many journeys and experienced much of this world, but there is still more I want to discover. This century has no shortage of delights, and I want to experience them all with Marnie. Does that sound agreeable to you, my lady? Now that's easy. I smile. There's only one response I can think of giving a question like that, especially when Elizabeth's smiling at me so sweetly. I think that sounds wonderful. All's well that ends well. Is that a wrap? Smiling, I draw Elizabeth close to me. The fingers in my right hand find her cheek, while those on my left curl around her waist. I kiss her, and as I do, I marvel at the warmth of the sunlight atop my head, and the sweetness carrying upon the breeze. This forest was once infested with wicked fairies who drove wandering humans to disaster. It was the pernicious whispers of those fairies, or so I suspect, that led Edmund to be very astray. If I hadn't intervened, they would have kept Elizabeth prisoner here until the earth itself ceased to be. They tainted this forest, filled it with discord and unease. The air was rife with it. Now, however, their influence was vanished. This forest mightn't be a hidey hole for malicious fairy folk,
Once more. Once, but no longer. The end of my adventure has come, and as its closure, Elizabeth and I are still together. Despite Tanya's best efforts, she wasn't able to come between us. At this point, I don't think anything could. I love Lisbeth so much. You two, must get along awfully well. I can see that now. I do not think I would be moved to be so very passionate to an embrace before my eyes, but that is fine. I do not mind. You needn't mind me, fair maidens. Conduct yourself as you were. Not that it is an invitation, of course. I have no desire to stand here while you kill, or rather, I am deriving no pleasure from it. I am unmoved by this display, which isn't to say that I am not happy for you, because I am. I am glad you care for one another so much, but I do not think things would become so very intense. Alright, Edmund. I almost forgot about him. Ah ha 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 ha! Then Elizabeth draws away from me, breaking the kiss, then looks at Edmund. Oh, you're right. I hope my lady and I are not making you too uncomfortable. No, it is fine. I do not mind, though perhaps such tokens of affection could be better conducted before closed doors. I do not wish to cross as a voyeur. Oh, Edmund. I snort. You don't need to worry about that. You already know. You already know you're a voyeur, don't we, Elizabeth? Yes, indeed. I could feel your eyes boring into the back of my head while I was kissing Marnie. You are quite the vogue. The rogue. A rogue, am I? Yes, the highest degree. What? I object to that. I do not mean to stare. I simply could not help myself. I was so very unexpected. I knew not where to look. You could all have always done out of. Not looked at us? When two people are kissing, common sense would should dictate that you shouldn't gawk at them. Gulp at them. Is that so? It is so. I wouldn't have explained that to you. Leaf was right. You are hopeless. Ugh. He is indeed. I am certain he can be trained, though, like a dog. We promised Leaf we would watch over him, and that is precisely what I intend to do. I won't rest until I have shaped him into a decent, upstanding member of society. We can be around two fair maidens kissing without making anybody in the immediate vicinity uncomfortable. And how do you propose to do that? Exposure therapy, perhaps? I have heard is quite effective. Exposure? No, wait a minute. This taking things too far, surely. Yeah, I think Edmund might have misinterpreted Elizabeth's words a little there. I'm half mind to correct him. I have no idea what misapprehensions he's about labouring under. But he'd be a bit of a doozy. But Elizabeth's lilting laughter drives at the thought of my mind. Oh, Edmund! Just out of that. Right. Oh, Edmund! Look at your face! You really are funny. Ha 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 ha! You find my discomfiture funny? Quite! It's hilarious, really. It's no wonder Leaf used it to tease you so much. Your reactions really are a sight to behold. Ha ha ha! I'm not good at laughing. This laughter is so gracious. I can't hold back my own giggles. I snort. And soon I join her. Doubled over, my arms wound about my stomach. I don't know if Edmund's flustered state is all that funny. But now I've started laughing, I can't stop. I'm relieved more than anything that I'm still capable of laughter, despite all I've witnessed. Things were looking pretty dicey for a while back there, but everything looked up now. Elizabeth, Edmund, and I are alright.
How could you girls be so ungrateful? I've risked my life and limb for you, and this is how you repay me? Stop laughing at me!
Well, I think Edmund is mostly alright. He's still in one piece, at least, even if his pride isn't. That's all that really matters. We survived our nightmarish encounter with the Fairy Queen, at the very least. I think that's something to celebrate. I don't think I have been this happy in a long time. In a long, long time. Oh dear me, it's even worse than I first feared. You really do look like you've been through the wars.
Yes, well, I feel like it too.
Edmund grits his teeth together, bravely with Gran dabs his cuts. She's trying to be gentle, but she's using isopropyl alcohol. Iodine to cleanse the wound. My Gran's devout believer in the healing properties of iodine. She would write a whole research paper on it, and it looks like it hurts. Oh dear, are you alright? I'm not hurting you, am I? No. Edmund tries to protest, but it's very weak. His trembling shoulders make his agony more than apparent. He really is an awful okay.
I'm perfectly fine, good lady. Do not fret.
Are you certain about that?
Of course.
Of course he isn't. Look how much he shakes. I am certain he must be in pain, but he refuses to admit it. Can you not be more honest with yourself, Edmund?
That is quite the statement coming from you.
Hey, I know precisely what you're referring to, and I think that very unfair. I am not the woman I once was, or the woman I thought I was. I'm exceedingly honest. Thank you very much. You are the prideful one who cannot admit to being in pain. Being in pain. I'm aware, Lizzie. I'm aware, Lizzie dear. But I'm not all that surprised. Men are always like this. They like to fancy themselves as stoic heroes, bless their hearts. They have more feelings than they like to let on.
I'm quite comfortable with my feelings. Really, I've nothing to hide. In fact, I'm gay.
Good. I'm glad to hear it. And you can tell me, Edmund, dear, if I'm being too rough. I don't mean to cause you further discomfort.
Alright, well, maybe it does hurt just a bit.
And the truth comes out, unlike you. Please come out soon. You really ought to learn not to be so hard-headed, Edmund. Just come out. Tell us you're gay. Fall in love with the emo-ass fuck boy. Do you not mind, Marnie? Do you not agree, Marnie? Totally. He's even trying to impress. He's even trying to impress anyway. So, like, we're going to fall for him. Indeed. Now, you girls, don't hop on the poor lad so. He's in quite the state. Yes, Gran. My apologies for my rudeness.
Sorry, Gran. I'm sorry you too, Edwin.
Hang in there.
I will endure it to do so. I do not fancy shuffling off the mortal coil just yet. These injuries are not very so bad. They look worse than they are.
So you say, but the wound on your shoulder is rather deep. I'm afraid you might need stitches.
Is it that severe?
Well, we'll have to see. Try to be a brave boy now.
I am not a boy, I'm a man!
Of course you are. That's it still. Edmund grits his teeth together and glances away from Gran. Her ministrations, tears beating on his lower lashes. He really must be in pain. I guess his wounds are deeper than he let on, if Gran's taken that stitches. I'm starting to worry about Edmund just a little bit. At least his arm's still attached to his body. That's a pretty big positive.
I'm relieved, too, that Grant's shaken off her earlier confusion, replying to Elizabeth, and her entire existence. Replied to Elizabeth. Gran even welcomed Elizabeth with a hug after we got back a little while ago. There's no instant indication at all that she'd even forgotten Elizabeth was. Guess that was a temporary blip caused by Chinese magic. Things have all worked out for the most part. But Edmund, despite his earlier protests at the country, doesn't look fine at all. He's so pale, it's positively bloodshot. Fortunately, Gran has a lot of experience looking after awkward kids, so I'm more than happy to leave Edmund in her hands. She knows exactly what to do. These cuts certainly are nasty. How in the world could you sustain all these injuries? Well, about that. I was doing some work in the garden, trimming the hedgerows and such like. My finger slipped. I think I must have cut myself on the shoes. On your forearm? Yes, Edmund's face turned pink. He must be realizing that, as I am, the improbability of such an occurrence. But he doesn't rescind his words. That's what happened. I see. Gran nods, and for a few moments, silence descends. I wonder whether she'll drop the subject matter. Gran's conscientious like that, but I wouldn't like to cast doubt on your story, dear. I don't think you're the sort to tell lies, but something about this doesn't quite add up. I thought you were a meticulous kind of man, too careful by half a wounded yourself with your own shears. You might be entirely off the mark. But please correct me if I am, but I would wager that you did these injuries during some kind of fantastic adventure. Is that right? What? Edmund starts, alarmed by Gran's purry, and gasps when the cotton bud soaked in iodine presses flush against his upper arm. Ow! Very smooth. I snicker at this, which makes Edmund scowl. I will thank you not to laugh at my misfortune, Marnie. And Miss Lennox? Oh, please. Call me Iris. Very well, Iris, what do you mean exactly when you speak of adventure? That I can't say. I don't know what precisely that you young people get up to when you go out on your own, but I do know that Friend Cowboy's force isn't all that it is. Strange creatures lurk among the trees, and they often whisper to one another. I know that they do, and even if the rest of my children would call me crazy for it, I've heard them. Admittedly, I've never seen these creatures myself. My eyes mustn't be good enough. I'm getting horrible old, but I'm aware of their presence. I'm with Elizabeth too. Isn't entirely an ordinary girl. And I felt much the same about you upon our first meeting. You're awfully polite, and you would put all these old schools to shame. But I believe you to be more than a baby-faced gardener. You look awfully like Marnie. And my Andrew, too, for that matter. The similarities with her are uncanny. What? Did you know that all this time? That I'm not from this era?
I didn't think it might be the case, yes. Your mannerisms are too poshed among to be belong to any young man in the century. And the one preceding it. My Frank would learn a lot from you. He is no gentleman, though. I do my best.
Goodness.
Edmund presses his left hand to his head, then trusses his already trussed locks.
And here I thought my disguise was perfect. Why did you not tell me, Marnie, that your grandmother was so very astute?
I don't know. I guess there didn't seem much point. I kind of prepared with other things. My gran does have pretty good senses, though I figured she'd find out about you sooner or later.
It certainly sounds like your grandmother said it was true. And I discovered sooner, if she knew about our first encounter, was not quite who I said I was. Good grief. I would seem that my attempts at subterfuge were quite in vain. I cannot help but feel foolish. There, Edmund. You would not be the only one. It was the same when I met with Gran the first time. I pretended that I was one of Marnie's school friends, but she saw straight through me in an instant. So I am not the only one whose false identity proved it quite useless. Edmund smiles, though faintly, as Gran continues to tend to him. I suppose I feel somewhat better about that, though. It is a bit perturbing to know that I am such a poor liar. At the very least, I am glad that we were able to overcome the trials imposed upon us by the wicked Fairy Queen. And it is something to celebrate. There's a Fairy Queen? Gran looks at Edmund, askant, intrigue written all over her face. Goodness, that sounds exciting. Where does she live? Is it in the forest? She lived in the forest, past tense. Edmund and Elizabeth put an end to that. And why is that? Let me guess. She was a ne'er-do-well. What are fairies? The classic fairies are in all the old fairy tales I used to read. The young girl. Modern fairies, however, all tend to be good and kind. This note to sew dresses for scullery maids. Gran laughs, while Edmund frowns. The fairies of this era seem very different than the ones I heard during my own, and indeed all the ones I have been fortunate enough to meet. They put Elizabeth in quite the unfortunate situation. Oh dear, are you alright now, Lizzie dear? Indeed, I am. I think I engaged with nary a scratch on me. I murdered with nary a scratch on me. Edmund's the only one who suffered the most. He was buying time for Marnie while she went to rescue me. It was quite dramatic. Or at least, I imagine it was. I was not conscious for the majority of it. My, it sounds like the three of you had a lot of fun. I'm not sure I would call it a fight for my life fun, but it was not a dull appearance. In a sense, I'm rather glad to have had it. I do find myself now in something of a difficult spot, though. Oh yeah? And what's that? Is a little iodine too much for you to handle? It's all these things, but yes, but it's not the be-all and end-all of the code's predicament. As a man that was not born this era, I am unsure what I am to do. I was summoned hence to vanquish the Fairy Queen. Now that I have fulfilled my goal, I know not what I should be striving towards. Neither do I know where I am going to go. Where do I belong? I fear I cannot stay in Blackbird's perch indefinitely. I do not have the funds for it, and the Hortense is driving me to distraction. What with her continued insistence that I smile. She's a kindly woman, though I admit I feel somewhat uneasy around her. What would I do if I were to if she were to uncover my secret? That sounds like quite the predicament, yes. I imagine it would be hard for you, dear, being thrust into a world which you know so little about. I, too, can find this era a bit overwhelming. What with all this fancy new gadgets, smartphones and the like. While I can wrap my head around fairies, I admit that the internet is much more mysterious. It's not that hard, Gran. Even Elizabeth can use a laptop, albeit in a rudimentary way. I like watching videos of cute cats. They are very funny. That's pretty much all Elizabeth does with my laptop when she's asked to borrow it. But I don't mind. I'm pretty partial to cute cat videos myself. I just like cats. I'm afraid it is all a bit over my head. I'm too old for all this newfangled nonsense. In a way, Edmund, you and I are not so very dissimilar. You are both relics of the past in a sense, which is why I would like to extend an invitation. Mass is a large one, you see, and it is completely empty. I raised a family once, and I needed all the space, but my children have all grown up. They all have children of their own, except for my letter, and their own lives. That has been passed a few years ago, and since then I have been quite on my own.
Moira used to check on me before she had stopped, and then there was Jane, but these brief visits are hardly comparable to constant company. I do get lonely from time to time, I admit, when I am not with my family. No offense. So I was wondering whether you would mind awfully if you were to live here.
Would that not inconvenience you?
Of course not. I wouldn't suggest it otherwise. You remind me of my Andrew, in fact, when he was young, and while I know you cannot replace my son, neither would I want you to, I could use the company. I'm afraid I'm out of selfishness. It's out of selfishness more than anything that I'm making this request. I'm not getting younger, and I'd feel more secure if I had a reliable young man around the house to attend all the fiddly tasks that cause so much trouble. Does that sound acceptable to you, dear?
Well,
Edwin frowns.
if you would take me, if you have issue with such an arrangement, my good lady, and then I would take no issue with it. I'm in dire need of somewhere to stay, and your house is truly lovely. The garden is particular. I was thinking myself that it would be a shame if I could no longer tend to your vegetables. Watching them grow has brought me a good deal of joy, and it is nice too to feel wanted. My sister never much appreciated my attempts to aid her, but I feel I could do some genuine good if I were to stay with you.
Oh yes, I'd rather think of myself. It's on myself. You've been a real asset, Edmund, dear. I don't doubt your skills in the garden, but how are you in the kitchen? Do you have any experience cooking? I have an inkling I might need somebody to help me in the kitchen if Jane were to leave in the lurch.
Oh, you need to worry about that score? I flatter her! I flatter myself. I have some skill when it comes to the culinary arts. It fell upon me in most of the food preparations at home. My younger sister being so very uninterested in the matter. I never used a modern kitchen before, but I am sure I could learn.
Well, that's wonderful. There's nothing I like more than a man with a bit of gumption. I think you'll make an excellent addition to my household.
I do hope so. I will not let you down, my lady.
Why, thank you for your enthusiasm. You needn't call me my lady, though. Iris is, as I've told you many times, perfectly fine. It's the name my mother gave me, and I'm rather fond of it.
Oh, yes, of course. I apologize, Iris.
Not to worry, dear. I'm sure you'll get there in no time. In the end, I really do wonder about Jane, though. She was a nice woman. Shepherd's pie was even better than my own. But I confess, I felt there was something straight around it, too. Do any of you suppose I will ever see her again? Well, about that,
I looked to Elizabeth with some trepidation. She's the one who will be the most impacted by Jane's disappearance, and I'm a little worried about how she'll take my grand's remark. I don't want her feelings to be bruised. To her relief, however, Elizabeth doesn't look in pain. She's smiling, rather than sighing, though. The smile looks a little strained. I do not think you will see Jane again, no.
no.
Elizabeth shakes her head. You are right in that she was not the woman you thought she was. She was not the woman I thought she was either. But I have given the matter some thought, and I have decided that it is all right. She is no longer worth my sorrow. Not when all was wrapped up so nicely. We are still alive, despite all we have endured, and while I miss my old family, I am not alone. I have a new family now. And I have you too, Marnie. I am very fortunate, really, and I know that I never want to let you go. I am never going to abandon you again. You have my word.
Goodness, this is quite the bold confession. Why, it's almost enough to make me feel jealous. Do you two not know?
Don't you not know your shame? Please, save your flirting for when you are alone. I do not wish to bear witness to it.
If you do not wish to hear it, then do not listen. I am talking to Marty now, not you.
I cannot help but listen. We are in the same room.
Then plug your ears. I am not going to bite my tongue for your sake, Edmund. Marnie matters more to me than your comfort, after all.
Elizabeth looks back to me, smiling gently, and says,
I'll never ever be ashamed of my feelings of you. I love you far too much for that.
Aww. They're so cute. I love them. I love the gays.
You're so cute. I love it's a very nice wrapping to the story as well. I like how Leaf came back and ran out lesbian. As I throw this at myself real quick to fix myself. Yeah, that was fun. That was fun. The story got a bit sad, a bit like bittersweet. Like not bittersweet. Like it was kind of sad. I was tearing up a bit at the Leaf hug scene. I cheered up a little bit. You might have heard my voice crack a bit, but I didn't cry fully. It was good. It was really touching. I liked it. The whole story was very lovely. I enjoyed how it addressed a bit. It's really nice. I love the cute beach day. I love everything about it. Anything else? Of course there's more. Like, it's very good. It's a very good game. I enjoyed it.
The final day.
Marnie! Hey, Marnie! I feel sleepy, but I can hear somebody calling to me. I was dozing, at least. I think I was. The sweet voice, coupled with the rumbling of the tire, the tarmac makes me blink. Yawning, I crack open my eyes and turned my head. What is it? What's going on? Oh my! My companion, why is she question mark? She brunette, with a face full of freckles, cast an eye to me, smiling all the while. Do you not remember that, Marnie? Do you remember that, Marnie? You must be tired. Tired? No, I'm not tired. My reply is pretty pouty, though why I bother arguing is a mystery even to myself. It should be obvious just by looking at me. I'm exhausted. I bet I have some pretty serious bags to my eyes. Not much given my fondness for smoky black eye makeup. It's too hard to spot them. It's one of the positives of being goth, I guess. I'm just fine, really. Do you really expect me to believe that? Just titters. Please. Do not start acting like Edmund, Marnie. You have no idea how. You have no need to lie to me. Not for the sake of your pride. You ought to know that I will never judge you, at least. At least. I sit up a little straighter, a little gayer in the passenger seat, brushing a few loose strands of blonde hair behind my ear. I must have gotten it cut short. I might have gotten it cut short, but my fringe still has a habit of getting in my way. And smile. Are you saying that you would judge Edmund then? Well, of course I would. And quite gladly, too. Do you not think he deserves it? He always takes himself so seriously. I think he needs knocking down, to borrow one of your modern terms, a peg or two. He's kind of grumpy, huh? I smile, recalling Hortense's woeful exclamation, applying to Edmund's seemingly inability to smile. But I don't think we can be too hard on him. He did help us get out of a whole bunch, remember? As I could forget, I fear we are rather in his debt. Were it not for his intervention, I might never have gone able to leave the forest, much less Fenchapel. I owe him one.
Though part of me wishes it were not so. I grin at the sight of my former vitality. Some of my former vitality restored, and give Lisbeth a gentle nudge. Don't you think it's a bit immature? Perhaps a little. It rather rankles me, though, that I needed him to rescue me. But I suppose I cannot hold that against him. He is not a bad sort, really, even if he did make many unnecessary remarks while we were kissing. He got so flustered, yeah. Not that I can blame him for that too much, I guess. He seems pretty repressed. Do you think so? That's the vibe, yeah, I get, yeah. I don't ever kissed anybody before. He had to kiss a man. Mayhaps he hasn't. He has always been rather too fixated on his sister. I know, right? What a weirdo. That's not. Leaf's gone now, though. Maybe he'll have a chance to live for himself, just like you. Maybe so. Lisbeth ponders, not tapping her fingers against the faux leather steering wheel. I guess so. I hope so, at least. For all of my gripes with him, I do think he truly deserves it. He is such a bad man he is not such a bad man after all, given he once tried to kill us. He had quite a glow up, yeah. Glow up? This spares me a glance, her brown eyes blinking quizzically. What do you mean by that exactly, dear Marnie? I mean he had a redemption arc. He changed a lot. Oh yes. Well, I will attest to that much. We've all changed it, I think, after being exposed to the century. I am not the deluded girl I once was, who could not let go of the past, and neither am I prepared to wager is Edmund. If we are to peacefully coexist in modern society, we must learn to live in the here and now. Nostalgia is all well and good every once in a while, but clinging to an era that has long since passed is unhealthy. Leaf's parting words have helped me come to terms with that. I hope I hope it will do the same for Edmund too. I hope so too, yeah. Look out the window, watching as the countryside passes me by. All flat farms, fields full of weighing corn and butter yellow blossoms that ripple in the breeze. The glare of the sunlight is making my eyes hurt. I shook away with it like a vampire might and yawn. I yawned so hard that the tears began to bead in the corner of my eyes. It's a good thing that I had the wherewithal to wear the waterproof eyeliner. That stuff's a good godsend, really. I can't imagine slumping back in the 10th century, or whatever it was that Lisbeth and Edmund hail from. How in the world did they not get by without Sephora? The mind boggles. I think everything will be fine though, I murmur, tiredly, once my yawning has subsided. Edmund wasn't too badly injured after his skirmish with the Tanya, and her golden butterflies despite Gran's worrying. Her liberal application of iodine did, in fact, do the trick, and he looked as right as rain when Elizabeth and I left home. His shoulder was still a bit banged up, and he had a few scratches, but it's nothing that won't heal over time. It was a time that Elizabeth eventually became accustomed to living in the 21st century, and I'm sure, with enough of it, Edmund will find his own place in the world. Beside a goth-ass fuckboy. Edmund's with Gran now. He's somewhere to stay. You take care of him. She can take care of him, because goodness knows he needs somebody to keep an eye on him. He's kind of hopeless. He is indeed, which makes it sting all the more that he had to rescue me. But all's well that ends well. I will miss Iris now that we are returning home, but I'm rather looking forward to returning to some degree of normalcy.
I think I had enough fights in the forest for the last me a lifetime. Are you sheathing your sword for good, then? Don't tell me you've got enough. You've had enough being a knight? Oh, I will always be your knight, Marnie. That ought to go without saying. This reassures me with a timid smile that makes my heart skip a beat. Or maybe that's because the car just passed by a pothole. I was never a proper knight, though. Not like Leaf. I was only trying to follow in her footsteps. I spent much of my life, both the past and the present, attempting to chase after her shadow. But now I think I would far rather live for myself. I have no further desire to get into any fights. I just want to live a happy, quiet life. As an ordinary woman, a life spent with you. I hope you would not be opposed to that idea. Well, of course not. This thing I want more of, although, going to university might feel like a bit of a letdown after everything we've been through. I don't reckon I'll run into any dragons there or any homicidal fairies. It seems super boring by contrast, and to make matters worse, I won't be going to uni with you. I'll miss you. I'll miss you too, my dear Marnie. But we have endured so many trials together. I do not think your enrollment at university will cause any significant rift to come between us. Oh, she sounds awfully positive about that. It's pretty comforting. I might be a goth, and I might dress like just a part, all black clothes, black makeup, and unfeasibly high buckled boots. But despite my aggressive fashion choices, I think I am way more demure than Elizabeth herself is. When it comes to our relationship, she's always been the one to take the initiative. I wish I could be more like her. But maybe that's a good thing I'm not. I might be more hesitant than Elizabeth is. It's a lot more awkward, though you mightn't think of it, I guess, to look at me. But we balance each other out. Maybe that's why we get along so well. They do say opposites attract. If Elizabeth is an unassailable bundle of cheerful energy, then I guess I'm happy being her rather more morose counterpart. Huh. Now isn't that a bit of an oxymoron? Whatever. Is it true enough? It is true enough that you will be going to university while I remain in Grimsby. But I promise I will catch up to you. I intend to go into higher education myself one day, once I have passed my A-levels. There's no guarantee, of course, that I will go to a university in London, like you. But no matter where you go, where we go, no how far apart we become, I will never stop thinking of you. You will always be my beloved Marnie, and I will never not love you. Never? That's pretty heavy. Jeez. I poured a bunch of foundation this morning, and I can feel myself blushing underneath it. Oh, was that obvious? Why do I always turn red around Elizabeth? No, not ever. I will always adore you, and that shall not change. I would be prepared to move to the earth itself for your sake, milady. So worry not. No matter what happens, we shall always stay together. That much I am prepared to swear upon. Well, here Elizabeth breaks off, smile bashfully. I would swear it upon my sister's life, but as she's already forfeited it, I suppose I have to swear it upon my own life instead. That's fine. You don't need to swear upon anybody's life. I believe that you want to stay with me, and I want to stay with you too. There's nothing I'd make me happier. Then let us do that. We might have bested to time together, but our best adventure is only just beginning. You'll be away at university, but I will forever remain in your heart, and I hope, while you're studying, you will prove to be successful. I shall cheer you on! Thanks, Lizzie. I do appreciate it. I guess I'm looking forward to going to university after myself, though. My voice trails off and exhausted. Another yawn forces its way to my throat. Dawn, I really do feel tired. It's hard to think of the future when it comes to conking out. Marnie! Elizabeth seems to notice my exhaustion. She notices most things about me. I can never keep any secrets from her. Not that I want to, but her expression softens. Would you like to put some music on? That, I think, will keep your eyes open. Yeah, that sure sounds like the best idea. Any suggestions? The promise she made. Do you not want to listen to one of your favorite groups? I know you're partial to the angry, shouty cannibal man. Cannibal Corpse? I frown. I don't dislike them, I guess. I actually own a couple of Cannibal Corpse band tees, which to show the extent of my not disliking themness. But we listened to the music like that in the car on the way here. It would be fair if I kept talking speakers. Oh, I do not mind. I would not have suggested it otherwise. And I don't mind, but I do. You're my girlfriend, so I want to respect the things that you like. It'd be pretty shitty of me if I only forced my interest on you. I don't want to wind up like Proteus, Helena's awful ex. Elizabeth deserves better than that, even if her taste in music is, to my ears at least, questionable. She even says that she has a soft spot for Valentine Roth, of all people, which is like you. Who likes Valentine Roth other than sad old women who are well into their 60s and, for some reason, my mother? I really can't stand him, but Elizabeth I know doesn't much like the music I listen to either. Our relationship's all about give and take, and it's not possible to be into every little thing your partner cares for. But showing a bit of interest in their likes can go a long way. I'm prepared to endure Valentine's caterwauling if it'll make Elizabeth happy. But to my relief, she's nowhere near as stoked about the has-been since 70-something as my mother is. Instead, I find Elizabeth says, her brown eyes shining. Well, if you do not mind, then I would much like to listen to Taylor Swift. Would that be alright, Marnie? I'd rather go for Cannibal Corpse myself, isn't Taylor Swift a bit too tween? But whatever. I said it was fine and I meant it. This was saved my back in the forest, and the least I could do was let her listen to she makes her happy. Of course it's alright, you can listen to whatever you want. You have girlfriend privileges. Though if she was anybody else, I'd probably judge her for her musical taste. Huh? Thanks, Marnie. I love you too. Elizabeth giggles and begins to skim through my phone in search of a suitable song. It takes a few moments, but eventually she settles on something she pulled up on YouTube. Elizabeth smiles contentedly and heads back into her seat as the opening strings of Love Story start up. It's a horribly cheesy choice. Why'd you have to plump such an old Taylor Swift song anyway? But I decided to keep stim. Making Elizabeth happy is more important than getting a few snide remarks in. If we're going to stay together, despite the inevitable shift in our lives which is to come, then I need to be more mature. I want to do everything I can to make Elizabeth feel appreciated. She deserved it after she's done so much for me. I observe Elizabeth in profile. My eyes half lidded with sleep, and as I do, I find myself smiling. I really do love her. I must love her. Otherwise, I'd never be able to listen to my love story without wanting to tear my hair out. Happily ever after, and they lived happily ever after. The end. Yay! The gays are happy. Oh, it's nice and cheery now on the title screen. That's cute. That's cute. I like that.
That's nice. Alright, we got notes. First, we're gonna look at the CG gallery. Always, we're gonna look at the CG gallery is beautiful. Oh, the babies! Oh, the babies! Look at the babies! I love them so much. And this is hella cute. This is so cute. This is so cute. I love that. I love that for them. Then we have all the kiss alternatives. All the kisses. Alright. Let's go look at the notes. As always, I like reading through the whole notes, even though it's a bunch to read through. I enjoy reading through the notes. It's very nice to hear the insights of Abby Hime when she makes the games. I want to thank you for reading The Fairy Secret. I hope you enjoyed reading it as much as I enjoyed writing it. So about the story, I actually want to write a sequel to The Fairy Song as soon as I finish its rough script, which is very rare for me. I tend not to be too interested in making direct sequels to my stories. Do the 101, do the 1001 stories I've written about Yule divorce from all ashes and illusions count. Lol. I know they might count, Abby. You do love Yule a lot. Something about Marnie and Elizabeth really spoke to me. I think their relationship is really cute, and I enjoyed writing Marnie's sarcastic, slightly snippy first-person narration a lot. It lends the fairy song this young adult kind of vibe, which feels pretty distinct from my other stories, especially since the plot of the fairy song was quite light. You was a little yaoi boy, I know. The initial idea I had for a potential fairy song sequel came from a very silly supposition. However, I was struck with an idle thought while I was finishing off the script. Now, there's no visual novel. It would be funny if some point in the future, after getting used to living in the modern era, Elizabeth took her driving test and passed while Marnie failed. Lol. Since Elizabeth is a girl from 10 years ago, it seems unlikely she'd get the grips of technology so quickly. But hey, this is a story, and even the unlikelier coincidences happen in its first installment. I largely based the sequel, The Fairy Secret, around the throwaway idea, namely that Elizabeth learned to drive while Marnie can't, and Elizabeth winds up using her newly acquired driving capabilities to take Marnie to unrestricted fan chapel in the summer before Marnie's due to move away from home and attend university. I had to set for the story sorted, but I was missing the conflict, and this was when a comment I received, maybe it was a Steam review or a message on Twitter, I can't remember, it occurred to me. Somebody asked after I announced the fairy song whether it would feature any fairies, which of course it doesn't. Despite the title, The Fairy Song doesn't have any cute winged anime girls at all. That got me thinking, maybe I should make the conflict The Fairy Secret something which actually involves fairies. It would make the title in the first visual novel more appropriate in retrospect, and be another box to tick off on this fantasy tropes list of The Fairy Song. It has the ye old knights, skeleton warriors, and a Durgan, so why don't the sequels have a fairy? I combine these two ideas, Elizabeth learning how to drive and a face-shaped antagonist, together, and boom! The Fairy Secret was born. I decided to make my fairy a villainous character since I felt the story needed a mysterious antagonist to mirror Lynette's role in the fairy's song. I wanted there to be a more symmetry between both stories. I also gave her the most dull and uninspiring name you can think of for a fairy character. I mean, Titania? Really? Haha! But it's fitting! The Fairy Song, and by extent The Fairy Secret, aren't really about innovation. They're cute, light stories using the fantasy trope as a backdrop for a cute romance. The plot itself and the fight scene alongside it aren't really the main focus. I also decided it's nice to throw Edmund in the story too. He appears pretty briefly in the fairy song, and it was quite the poor showing. He functions mostly as a secondary antagonist who gets off pretty easily, and he doesn't have much dialogue. I had more of a backstory for him planned, but I didn't delve into it too much. It was a bit hesitant, honestly, about giving a male character too prominent of a role in a Yuri game. I know some Yuri purists don't like having male characters present in their work at all. So I made him faceless for the majority of the very song. It doesn't serve much of a narrative function beyond being menacing. I liked the backstory I thought up for him well enough, though, that I wanted to utilize it, so I decided to give him a bit more of a spotlight. His return might have been a bit unfair given Lynette remains dead, and, well, it is, but I feel like Lynette got explored a decent amount in the fairy's song, so she'd already served her purpose. Edmund got much rawer, if I said rawer deal, and I thought there was more I could explore with him in a modern setting. So he gets to come back via the powers of authorial meddling, and I'm glad I did bring him back too. I think it's quite sweet that he's not threatening to murder young girls, and his friendship with Elizabeth and Marnie is a lot funner, and we got too much far. Like Lynette in the fairy's song, he also got his reunion with his little sister in the end of the fairy's secret. But she disappears, which ties both stories together. I want the fairy's secret to be structured similar to the fairy's song, as I mentioned before, but the fairy's secret leans a little more into the cute slice of life. I realized after making Elizabeth being able to drive a plot point that her newfound abilities would give her and Marnie the means to explore beyond Fenchapel and go to some actual dates, which I decided to take advantage of. It was fun reading them going into the beach, into a themed park, all good romance visual novels need cutesy date scenes like this. Or what's the point? I have a quote to fulfill. I think the fairy's secret has a bit more of a meandering pace compared to the fairy's song, and the plot isn't as tight, but I hope it's enjoyable enough that I put more money into various art assets this time around in the hopes that make it look more polished. So I hope that you worked out. Thank you for everyone who read both the fairy's song and the fairy's secret, and I hope you see you again. You never know! I might wind up writing more content set in this universe if the inspiration books me. Like in Fair Spirits, which is, Edmund, who is a yaoi man. You get the hot goth boyfriend in Fair Spirits, the game. I'm not gonna play that one because it's yaoi, but just know, if I'm more Edmund, in Fair Spirits is the game he's from. He's the main character in it, I think. Definitely know. Smiley. Yeah, you're interested. Also, can we appreciate this cute Marnie? Can I appreciate this little bean? This little bean over here? This little bean? I love the bean. Good bean. I hug bean. But with that is the end of... That will be it for the fairy secret. So, let's see. I think next week I will be... Okay, I think I know what I know what I'm gonna do next week for Sapphic Sunday. It's gonna be fun. I'm excited for that. Thank you all for tuning in. I appreciate you all. Hope you enjoyed the fairy's secret. Go pick up yourself if you want to support Abihime, you can go read it yourself in a less sporadic way, and a less person. Go by yourself if you want it, and maybe you'll have a better time and not fall asleep because you don't be reading the game after staying up at like till 3 to 4 a.m. and maybe longer than that because, phones are distracting. Yeah, thank you all for tuning in. Hope you enjoyed. Again, like I said, that will be it for Saturday Sunday. There might be a stream later today at like 10 p.m. EST or something. I'm not sure. Might be the company. There might be nothing. I don't know. We plan these like 2 hours before it happens, which is very funny. We plan this like, hey, leave the company? Question mark. Sure, I'm down. So just be aware. Might happen. Might not. I'm not quite sure. But guaranteed stream tomorrow at 3 p.m. EST. Around that time, I'll be playing some more Mario RPG. We'll be going into the clouds. We're going into the clouds. And next week for Saturday Sunday, we're gonna revisit. We're gonna return to a game I played. I think around 1 year ago, maybe. I don't really remember when it was. I want to say it was about a year ago, maybe, that I played this game. But shrugs. I don't remember, cause time exists in a weird limbo. But until then, until I see you guys next time, or I typed the wrong word. I typed ride again. I can't type. I typed aided. Until next time, we're gonna raid our usual sapphic Sunday person, I think. Let me check anything else. Anyone else live right now? I don't think so. Yeah, no one else. Just okay. We're going to our classic sapphic Sunday raid target. Where I'm gonna go get myself some dinner. I hope everyone enjoy the stream. Have a lovely rest of your day, night, or whatever fucking time it is for you. And yes, I keep stealing that from Tomo by accident. I'm sorry, Tomo. I keep stealing it from you. It happens. I'm sorry. But yeah, I hope everyone has a lovely evening. I'm gonna go get some dinner. And I'm gonna just relax a bit. I'll see you tomorrow, latest. Tomorrow. 3 p.m. ST. For Super Mario RPG. And until then, have a lovely existence. Bye!